Hello and welcome all you beautiful people to the Milk Cup Qualifier 2 featuring Fortnite, presented by the amazing people from Gonna Need Milk. And we have an incredible day of the best female Fortnite players that we have ever seen, competing of course for that coveted spot in the LAN.
1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knock, 4. Mari has been up there for such a long time, just picking up eliminations, and that was a nice turn and burn.
Setting up spaces next to Rifts, and that's why you see Smiley doesn't want to let this go for free. She's going to look to try and challenge. Lavish Lily never saw it coming. Smiley's still breaking through these walls here. Lavish Lily, she just never had a chance towards that northwest side of the map. The Underworld, River of Styx, those Underworld dashes are going to be available for everybody to take advantage of. Another big connection from Smiley, and she just keeps it going. The Floppers will at least potentially buy her maybe 1-2 more placements. She can hear the shots being fired all around her. It's going to be Weezer Wonka from the backside of zone. She gets an elimination onto Kiana. Second place in her grasp, and I believe she's done it just in the nick of time.
Hello and welcome all of you wonderful people to the Milk Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by the incredible people from Gonna Need Milk. I am your host, Kelly Link, and today we are going to be watching 33 incredible teams from Fortnite duking it out for the last remaining spots for the Milk Cup LAN later on this year. And we have some incredible competitors that we're going to be talking about, and some incredible commentators that are going to be joining me right now. Of course, she's been with me last week. Taco is on the cast, and joining me for the first time, Lemon Kiwi. It's so good to be working with you. I know I missed you the first week, but I'm glad that we're here together now. How you doing, Lemon?
I'm so good. Yeah, I was here for Qual 1, and man, a lot of things have changed. We've qualified so many amazing women to that championship, but one thing that stays the same is we got chalky milk. I always got to stock up before the show. I have something like a cup that says meow on it, so it's the wrong animal, but the vibes are still great, Kelly.
I mean, you know, there's some weird cows out there. There might be a meowing cow instead of a mooing cow, but Taco, I'm excited for some competition. We've already sent so many incredible teams to the LAN, and today we're going to be sending 14 more.
Yeah, the fact that it has opened up from top 11 to now top 14, it leaves a lot of opportunity here, Kelly, and especially with the way the pre-qual lobbies were looking, I'm definitely expecting some of the action to be pretty spicy tonight, because all of these ladies want to have their opportunity and take their shot at making it to that LAN.
Of course, and there is definitely a process that these women have to go through. So let's break down the format real quick in case we have some people joining us for the first time. As you can see, qualifiers 1 and 2, well, those are already blanked out because we've already done them. This is qualifier 3, the final qualifier, and we've already wrapped up our pre-qualifiers earlier on in the month, and now it is all about the final chance to make it into the LAN championship later on this year. But of course, we have to break down the points. We have to break down how these women are going to be earning the competition and to make their way into the LAN.
Yeah, and as we've seen in previous formats, it's going to be a very similar run of show, because we're going to essentially have the same purpose of Battle Royale, and it is going to be all builds, 6 different lobbies that these ladies are going to be participating in. And again, it's going to be a hit on the top 14 that are trying to stake those final seats on the battle bus so that they can be at the Gonna Need Milk Cup LAN Championship happening this fall. But it's not going to be an easy means by any measure, Kelly, but everybody has their eyes set on placing in first, because a victory royale always going to net you 65 points. And then keep in mind, each elimination also being worth 2 points, it could tally up pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, and we know just how valuable those victory royales can be. We saw how teams were essentially qualifying after 1 or 2 games in the last qualifier, and I definitely can expect out of some high elimination games that we're going to be seeing today that can be the same case. But Lemon Kiwi, I know what I'm here for. Of course, the incredible women competitors, but the prize pool, $250,000. This is the largest all-women's prize pool that we have seen in Fortnite.
And there's such a nice distribution all the way to 11th. Yes, this is so huge. Usually you see prize pool like this for majors, but this is just a qualifier. And imagine what that LAN championship is going to have in store for us. And this is the last qualifier, last chance to also get a piece of this prize pool. So I'm excited to who's going to ascend to the top.
My goodness, $25,000 for the qualifiers. And like you said, that's not even including the lion's share of that $250,000 at the LAN. And you know that these women here are making sure that they don't just claim that big chunk of money, but they want to be the best all-women's team in Fortnite. And there is just some incredible competitors out there. And if you actually missed the competition that we had a few weeks ago, I guess a month ago now, Taco, I was so excited to be a part of this.
Yeah, that secondary qual was insane. I think especially so many people were really impressed by Smiley's performance, and for good reason. I mean, she absolutely popped off. Team Mari could not have been happier as far as the support system was concerned. We saw over and over again how well Sophia and Mari were able to essentially back up Smiley when they needed her most. But I think just in general, a lot of these ladies did a really good job at just grasping the updates to the competitive meta and doing what we know so many of them strive to do in this competition, and that's essentially leave their mark. And it's really impressive to see that, you know, for a lot of these ladies, some of them, even if they had some success in that secondary qual lobby, well, sometimes things change last minute. And so some of these ladies are going to be competing here again today, but this is their last chance, Kelly. So they've got to get the job done here tonight.
Oh, if there's anything that Fortnite has taught me is that a lot of the teammates, a lot of the couplings are a lot like high school relationships. These teams will break up and get back together. The pros, every level of Fortnite. Yeah. It's very, you know, it's a little bit of a breakup, getting back together kind of relationship. But this is what I want to look at right now. Just the competitors and how strong Team Smiley was. Lemon Kiwi, over 100 points over second place is where Smiley ended off.
Ooh, what a dominant win from Team Smiley, but also a heartbreak for a team like Ardup, who placed 12th on the edge of qualifying for this championship, not only once, but twice. And Ardup will be back in this qualifier for their revenge for hopefully an easier lobby, or now that all the tough competition is out of the way. Keep in mind those 12th to 16th teams will be getting one last shot at the big prize. But yeah, it was some stiff competition in Qual 2.
Well, I love that you say that, because obviously we can talk about the past, but I want to talk about the present. And we need to look at the team captains that we're going to be seeing competing here today, because we got some big names coming forward. And of course, my eyes immediately go to the first name there, Maddie NF Taco. I think since we've started doing WOTE events, I've always seen her in the top of the competition.
Yeah, Maddie is certainly very familiar when it comes to what's at stake for competitive formats, and I think especially her trio here tonight could really make some waves on the leaderboard. I think, if anything, Maddie's experience is really only going to be a satisfactory performance if she finds herself inside of that top 5, and it's a very realistic section that she might be able to find herself in. But again, all of these ladies that are competing here today, I think another aspect that I love is knowing that all of them are going to have their socials going as well. They're all streaming this event, so you can even tap in, check out their perspective directly, and it's always awesome, in my opinion, whenever you get the chance to actually listen to those comms as they take place.
Yeah, Lemon Kiwi, I just want to know, like, seeing all these incredible women, seeing that they're all, like, you know, content creators and everything, bringing them all together under this umbrella of the Milk Cup and Gonna Need Milk. Like, how does it feel for you as, you know, a competitive female gamer to see all of these women on the level that they are?
I just want people to know, like, there is so many women out there that love the game that you do, and this is such an amazing place to compete and also make friends. Like, we've had so many kind of roster mania, if you will, of people finding new thirds and trying to form the ultimate teams. And there was also like a pre-qualifier to the qualifier where we just saw kind of almost a taste of what to expect, whether it's Female Clix's team that had like 6 victory royales, or Alarming Amber's another team to watch out for 2 victory royales. That was just like the warm-up. This is the real deal.
And I love that there's a name like Female Clicks. If you are a part of the competitive Fortnite scene, it's not too unregular to see people take homages, is what I'll say, to other pro players, of course. But speaking of pros, we want to take a look at who we think might be our top 5 teams coming into the competition. Obviously, this is anyone's game. One thing about Fortnite that you can predict is that it's unpredictable. But Taco, these are the teams that we are looking at right now that we think are going to be making it into the LAN.
Yeah, and I think starting off with Team Sabrina, you have to keep in mind that's a roster that consists of Sev, Ardup, and Totally Not Danzy. And keep in mind as well, in the last qualifier, who do we see first in that 12th place position? None other than Ardup. Granted, things have shifted a little bit since then, but I'd like to believe that if you were first up for the runner-up of having nearly qualified in the last one, that means that you've got at least some parts of the recipe to success here cooking, and so excited to see what they managed to do here today.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch these competitors, of course, but we can see on the right-hand side there that we have some wild card picks for you all. And for me, I went with Team Hemis because there's a pretty cool story here. So obviously, a lot of competitors in all of esports can kind of evolve and go on to being admins for events. But for this event specifically, we actually have an admin from non-Fortnite tournaments that is competing and making her own run right now. So give a shout out to Team Hemis. I love it when worlds collide, and you would be surprised just how many people on the back end are pretty heavy competitors. But Lemon, I want you to talk about Aya Pixie to me.
I know, I almost had to fight Taco on whether we were going to put Aya Pixie's team into the top 5 or a wild card, and she really could belong in both, but you really don't know what to expect. Aya Pixie and Rylan, they were the original duo that were in Qual 1 and Qual 2, finishing right on the cusp, right, of 18th and 19th, just so close to qualifying, but they're playing with a new third for this with Doloka, and I think Aya especially is the one to watch. She's so experienced in a build environment, so I think this is just a walk in the park for her.
Definitely. I mean, just, being a part of the WOTEs for so long, I've seen Aya Pixie's name so frequently. And another name, Taco, that we commonly see is Rip Rah Rah.
Yeah, it's actually absurd to think that she hasn't already qualled in either lobby 1 or 2 from our past qualifiers. But at the same time, I know that Rip Rah, she's just had a couple of misfortunes in the last qual. For example, she was actually unable to participate last minute. I believe it was something due to like an internet outage or whatever the case, but her teammates powered through. And so due to that, she's ultimately left in this shifting situation where she's got to scramble, got to find a new team to essentially run it back for Qual 3. So fingers crossed that everything holds out the way it should tonight. And I'm really excited to see what she actually gets done with her squad. And keep in mind, that's going to be Liliana that's joining her alongside of Ethenli. So I think in general, when you've got Rip Rara leading the charge, usually good things can happen after that because she is an insane builds player and just an overall really strong competitor.
Yeah, but I like what you're alluding to there because, you can never really know what's going to happen in Fortnite. I believe that there is, a change to the meta pretty much every other week, and we've actually seen a few changes since the Milk Cup has started, and a part of that is going to be on our map, of course. Now, you're not going to see the drop map totally accurate because even the Fortnite maps aren't updated, but Taco, walk me through the changes that we're seeing in the map.
Yeah, the primary one that you're going to notice is usually going to take place right around Restored Reels, just because that's where Shipwreck Shallows. Keep in mind, the latest update did bring a new POI feature with it, so it's a little bit more towards that mid-map location, and I think that that's what Kayla, Iris, and TBD actually have staked their eyes on, because you can see right now the little bit of a boat. It might be harder to gauge, but that is going to be Shipwreck Shallows. And again, I think that it's in a relatively ideal spot if you're uncontested, but if you are con, loot can get a little bit more sparse, and you have to worry about the team that's sitting at Restored Reels. And of course, when it's none other than Maddie, Sparkles, and AFK, that is a really strong trio that you don't want to allow such strong elevation advantage as far as like the height disparity is concerned, because Restored Reels, you can get a really sick line of sight straight down to Shipwreck Shallows depending on how those ladies are looting everything out, so they've got to be real careful on that initial loot path route.
Yeah, and just looking at this, I'm a little surprised of how little teams are contesting each other. Lemon Kiwi, do you think that we're going to see probably like a bit more of a passive start to the game because of that?
Maybe, because I know Taka was telling me there are also some teams who didn't report their drop spot, whether it's maybe they didn't know they had to do that, or they're keeping their strats, close to the chest, so we could have some more contests there. But also I feel like the south part of the map is going to be important with those medallions. I know especially like the Ringmaster Scar near the Nitro Dome, or the Megalodon near the Brutal Beachhead. Those are going to be some important spots to fight for, so I would drop south part of the map, and I would contest that part.
Oh yeah, the south part of the map has just been absolutely, you know what, I'm going to say it, it's a little bit overpowered between the items that's on there, the drop maps, and then of course you have all of those slurp cacti to help you with storm surge. Like, yeah, this is definitely going to be a very prioritized portion of the map, and it'll be interesting to see how zones pull and how our teams are going to be able to react to it. But Taco, what do you think that we're going to be expecting from the start of the competition here?
I mean, right off the bat, I am definitely expecting some pretty big things to take place from Redline Rig, as long as Ardu, Sep, and Donzi remain potentially uncontested, because again, not all of the ladies, not all of the teams actually decided to or opted in to sharing their actual drop. Keep in mind, it's not a mandatory requirement by any means. It's always optional whenever you see these drop maps come to fruition, but I think it does make a really big difference, because for me at least, it indicates that we could definitely see some big surprises. And anytime you get bamboozled at your drop, anything that essentially slows down that initial loot path, well, that's going to be time that's now taken away from you being able to establish an optimal position to look for some of those surge tags. And Kelly, you know as well as I do, when it comes to competitive play and dealing with that surge damage threshold right now, especially when it comes to that southern side of the map, the desert territory, those slurp cacti have had a very big impact on the competitive play that we've gotten a chance to see. And granted, we know that things might be a little bit different here in the Milk Cup, but I am definitely still expecting a lot of our ladies to potentially struggle with some storm surge tonight.
Definitely, and as they struggle because they are trying to make up their way up the leaderboard, just want a reminder that out of the 33 teams that we have competing, only 14 will punch their ticket into the LAN later on this year. But it's not just them that are going to be winning some things. No, you as well in chat have the opportunity to win some V-Bucks. I know that's everyone's favorite thing to win, so let me tell you a little bit about what we're going to be giving away. Good Indeed Milk is going to be giving away over 80,000 V-Bucks. Yes, you heard me correctly. 80,000 V-Bucks throughout today's qualifier. There's going to be multiple giveaways between games, so make sure that you are keeping an eye on chat for opportunities to enter for a chance to win, and let your friends know, let anyone that plays Fortnite know that if they want to win some V-Bucks, well, you just have to enter the Arena Twitch chat right now. Pay attention to chat, because they're the ones that are going to be handling all the giveaways, and you could win yourself some V-Bucks as well. Now, as I say that, we are making sure that all of our ladies are loaded into the battle bus right now and getting ready for game number 1. But Lemon Kiwi, what do you want to see today? Do you want to see a 1v3? Do you want to see, I don't know, give me some ideas of what you're hoping to see today.
I want to see some hot drops, because like we were talking about, not everyone's drop spots have been picked out. So are we going to be all like polite, nice girlies, or are we going to just drop on each other and just really show everyone how it's done? And I think everyone's been really polite in the last 2 quals, but we're going to find out in the game 1 what kind of tone we're setting here.
Will the gloves come off for game number 1? Well, now is the time to tell, because we are ready for the first game of the 3rd qualifier for the Milk Cup. So ladies, take it away.
Thanks so much, Kelly. And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of right there with you. I mean, I think that we've seen the ladies essentially, playing nice, but when the final chance to get your seat on that battle bus is on the line, I think this is where essentially you really do just have to take matters into your own hands. And yeah, some hot drops, some very contested spots could definitely come into the mix here tonight. And I'm just really excited to see, because we've also seen former strategies where some teams, they just opt to land somewhere different every single time, because you do have to have a lot of confidence, in my opinion, to drop somewhere else where another team might have a little bit more familiarity, a little bit more knowledge of how that drop actually works.
And those medallions we were talking about, like the most important one we were mentioning, right, was Megalodon near Brutal Beachhead. And you said one of the top teams, like by far the #1 team, was dropping in that area. That's going to be really exciting to watch, just how much they could dominate the lobby, how much these medallions are going to make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, Female Clix's team was definitely owning as far as the pre-qual lobby was concerned that they participated in. Again, I believe that they won every single one of those matches for the pre-qualifier 3 lobby 1. So yeah, 6 victory royales. It kind of just indicates that they are certainly a powerhouse team to be considered here. But I do think that as far as the Nitro medallion and the Mythic Combat Shotgun is concerned, obviously you give it to a very potent fragger on your team, you know, whether you're looking at like female clicks for that or even CC Nuggets, because again, both of those ladies, I think it'll be interesting. They've got so much pre-established chemistry, but this is their first time playing with Kanari, so that could potentially change up the dynamic a little bit. But my personal favorite is going to have to be Redline Rig. I'm not going to lie, Lemon Kiwi. I think Redline Rig all day long. The Mythic Combat Assault Rifle absolutely beams. And then on top of that, being able to split the potential for 75 shield each player just will save them so much of their resources as far as shield heals are concerned, because that Machinist medallion is just insane. The fact that it just consistently regens 5 per tick it just opens up so many doorways as far as how aggressively you actually want to push other teams.
Yeah, and if you want more freebies, I like how Fortnite took the nature is healing statement kind of really seriously with the cacti and how much that's made an impact in the FNCS. We'll see how much that plays into account later on in the game, because in the last couple zones things get really hectic and you can't just have a kumbaya near a cactus as much as I would like to.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of kumbayas, you can tell already things heating up here at Rebel's Roost. Emily doing what she can to loot as quickly as possible. She knows that she's going to need mats. They are currently contested by Renee, Nestle, and Trippy, so this is not going to be an easy means for them to walk away scot-free from the Rebel's Roost. And it's such a far north position as well. I mean, we're talking ultimate northwest on the map, so they might have a decent amount of ground to cover. They're gonna have to make sure they close out any engagements that could possibly take place and get a move on, so they're not super late to zone. But Brawler's Battleground, Skylar nearly getting the better end of things, but instead she watches Sailor right in front of her drop just moments too soon. Everything now lies in Skylar's hands. It's a 1 versus 1 with her and Hyphy dancing around on the roof. Only 36 HP to work with. She got the reload off on her Gatekeeper, just chasing down this final member, trying to keep her trio's hopes alive in the first lobby. Nitro Splash to buy her a little bit of momentum. The final shot can't connect.
It kind of looked like a zoo there with just like you have this 1v1 happening. Everyone who's dressed up in bears like on their knees just like watching this happen. But what a duel to start off. And we were talking about Kelly, how things can heat up as the first zone happens. And for this to happen just at the edge of the map speaks to people really testing the limits of other teams. And we have such a variety of experience of players that are really well known in the build environment, some that compete mainly in the non-build environment, and some that are maybe trying out Fortnite or have less experience in the realm. So it's gonna be cool to see who rises to the top and who could really surprise us, as man, this is really a battle on this island.
Yeah, Breezy Coast is almost always a contested drop, which is surprising because it's such a fringe location on the northeast side of the map. But Bubble Breeze, it's Bree, Ivis, they're doing what they can, hold strong here, considering that they already have 2 eliminations. The only piece they're missing, final player they were contesting. And initially we were looking at Team Zay as the one that was trying to kind of mark down the Breezy Coast as their primary location, but the rate that things are going here, it's Bree and her team. They might actually choose to just stick around. This might be where they choose to drop for the remainder of our other 5 lobbies, especially when you're starting things off high here with a relatively successful win at the beginning. But got to be real careful. They are rather exposed right now to the teams landing on those mountains.
I know, like, it's Bree, Ivy, Breeze. Ivy and Breeze had already actually locked in their qualification in Qual 1, but decided to, I guess, upgrade their team or look for something that could really threaten the top of the championship. So have decided to forfeit that qualification 1 spot to submit their team again, and this is everyone's last chance, so it's such a big risk to take. Well, Bree, Ivy, and Breeze, speaking of risk, showing your back to someone like Zen is a mistake. Great elims coming out of Lulu Ash's team.
Yeah, this is a big deal for Riprara. She needed to close that one out, but unfortunately her team's gonna have to back her up even more still. The zone is closing. Inspire actually gonna get the better end of this exchange. Riprara won't be able to be recovered by Ethan. And I think that's so unfortunate because for a moment it looked promising, but just chased out too soon. And Inspire, I mean, gotta be feeling really good about solidifying some extra points on the eliminations factor.
We have 6 games, so it's not even that huge of a deal to have an unlucky game or, you know, to run into accidentally the top 5 teams that we listed in our pre-show. So this is a safe moment to talk about strategy and what parts of the map have really worked for you and who are going to be the threats in this lobby, paying attention to the kill feed. But Aya Pixie's team was in my wild card for a reason, so I'm hyping you up. You gotta hit these shots. I would never in my life be able to hit this, but Rylan, she's on the high ground and she'll get to watch these kind of rats scurry through below the hill.
I think right now the primary focus for Team Aya Pixie is they want control of the forecast tower that spawned near Lil Villa, which is slightly west of their current location. They've locked down the hazy hillside tunnels, and I mean, their options will open up exponentially if they're able to maintain such a strong position on the map, and even more still, secure that forecast keycard, because having knowledge of every future zone makes a big difference. But it looks like there's going to be a little bit of trouble in paradise here. While they might have had a decent position on top of that hill, they haven't actually prevented the team that was contesting the forecast tower directly from claiming it. So instead, they're looking to just take the battle up close and personal, and they're going to run smack dab into the center of another team rotating out of Mount Olympus.
They're just sliding right into them, at least able to bunker down, try to get some height on them. Now they're all boxed up below them, and this could be a good chance for Rylan's team to just keep them trapped. And they're on the edge of the zone, so things are okay for now. And as they try to escape, Rylan and friends put on some pressure. But man, they are fast. And hey, just scaring them away from you is totally good too.
Yeah, but Aya Pixie doesn't want them going in the opposite direction. She's looking to give chase. That nitro splash, shooting shots into the bushes just to make sure that no one's sticking around. Gonna flag them from behind. Located her prey once more, but instantly turboed for it. Some mild regret, I'm sure, but Dolo and Rylan, if they can get the double revive going, they might be able to pick up Aya Pixie before that team on the horizon has a chance to move in closer. But no, they can't hold the wall. Rylan now on duty, just trying to keep the edits going strong, the builds going strong. But that cost her so much metal. Their build situation now, a bit of a mess here. As it's Team Kiana. Daya, we know how potent of a fragger she is, and sure enough, finishing what her team had started off initially, gets another knock onto Aya Pixie, but actually opts to just take the rotate through the flaming boost tube. Knowing that she knocked Aya Pixie, this team would rather prioritize getting a strong position for the next zone and possibly holding players even further out, because Rylan's gonna have to give chase. These ladies are gonna have to move inwards. Kay's got to be careful though. A little bit more than she bargained for. Couldn't actually use that natural terrain to keep her covered, but with at least a medkit, 3 shield potions, she'll be able to get back to full shield, full white health, no problem. Same case scenario for Kiana, but at the same time, 2 eliminations now total, and definitely left Aya Pixie's team worse for wear.
And a critical time to heal and get shields up for Daya. And even with, there's so many top teams in this area. We just talked about Rylan and Aya and others in the area. So now that we're at the edge of the zone, this is about trying to find some height, maybe some safe zones, because the teams are getting a lot closer to each other. But now it could be about farming those materials. You see that Kiana is a little bit low on wood, and that's okay, because it seems like they're in a safe position to take their time with it.
That is until everyone else starts to move a little more local to their area, but big surge base established right now for AFK and Sparkles. Maddie, though, just too far. Her team can't close in for support just yet, but at the same time, as I speak, AFK just gonna instantly jump into the fray. Sparkles and AFK immediately ensuring that they show face so that Maddie will have a time to pop a Nuka-Cola, generate some of those lost shield. Just beautiful coverage support. They left Maddie a little bit further out from the Surge base because they wanted her to be on scouting duty, and well, she definitely found what they were looking for. Another team, another opportunity to potentially get some more Surge, maintain that threshold before it comes into effect. But at the same time, Maddie, now she knows she's got to be wary when she's actually pushing out for farming map materials and just looking for additional loot resources. I like this mentality as well. Just use that River of Styx water that's kind of holstered up around the bottom of restored reels to your advantage. Always make sure that you have those 3 underworld dashes charged up and ready to go. Helps with pushing players inside of their boxes as well as just escaping or conserving material on a fast rotate.
You got dashes, you got mobility, and you see that everyone's just trying to be, okay, the ghost was not in the bush, but I like the attention. And no one's really being too aggressive. Like you pointed out earlier, there was a skirmish where you had knocked down, what was it, Aya Pixie or someone really important. And instead of trying to go finish the team, they decided to just, like you said, go for a stronger position. And Maddie isn't exactly that on the high ground, but maybe a little too far away. And where's the rest of her team? Like, she is surrounded by so many opponents, but this is just the type of player that Maddie is. Confident, and I remember her from Qual 1. She is a menace, and she's already breaking down some structures from Team Hemis, which was, I think, Kelly's wildcard pick, so we'll see which wildcard team is gonna last.
I actually like this position right now for Maddie, even though she is still relatively split from the rest of her squad. At the same time, she's kind of just playing disruptor. There's 2 teams staring each other smack dab in the face, and AFK, she's got such a strong height leverage over them that she can just continue applying tags into both of these teams. Now it's really going to come down to Maddie's decision making. Who do we want to pressure first? Sparkles has to be careful, doesn't want to get caught between 2 separate teams, but instead they've managed to isolate Team Hemis, and Hemis actually has already been knocked. That's why you see the additional pressure. It's slight lobby focus coming into effect now. AFK on one end of the wall, and you got Maddie on the other. This is looking grim currently for Dahlia, but still, just barely, they managed to revive Hemis, and now it's just about building. So much of their armor material having been expended, all out of brick, down to her metal. She knows the job's not done just yet. Trying to see if she can get an angle onto Sparkles, but with the way that this is currently going, Maddie, AFK, and Sparkles, they're going to just sit tight for a moment here, make sure that Maddie has a chance to actually utilize a medkit before they go for their next aggressive push. But that was a nice job by Kitsy and Dahlia to buy enough time to get that revive off onto Hemis.
Yeah, they bunker down, and I'm surprised that Dahlia wasn't pressured more. And I think that's just Maddie and AFK and Sparkles going for a more guaranteed, a more quality opportunity, and having height above them is everything. Dahlia, Kitsy, and friends may be able to scurry below them. I don't think there'll be a good point to escape, but now it's about getting vision. Where exactly are they? Because when you're all boxed up, I'm not even sure if they know where Maddie and friends are. But hey, with all the structures in the way, they can also take shelter around these rocks, try to get their materials up, as you pointed out. But at least they found a moment to stabilize and to breathe.
The main problem that Team Hemis has ran into is they know that they were dealing with a whole separate trio just moments ago before Team Maddie even chose to encroach upon them. So when you're aware of the fact that it is very easy for 1, 2, or possibly more teams to intervene, it makes it very difficult to actually want to go on that aggressive front. Liz be tweaking though. Trying to do everything she can to see if she has a moment to generate at least some of her shield, but she is being assaulted right now. Her build's just crumbling. Every new wall that's placed, shot down immediately after. Ali trying to do what she can to hold the builds, hold the walls, but at the same time, Kiana, she's not really finding an opportunity to even respond. She's actually taking the brunt of the damage currently towards her shield because she knows she's trying to keep her captain alive here. But they are just pinched in a tough spot to rotate out of. Several different teams surrounding them directly to their sides, and that's not even factoring the other two even further west from their current position. Making it out of Shipwreck Shallows proving to be the most difficult part of their journey so far in Lobby 1.
What I liked about just this setup from the team you just mentioned, Liz, is that they weren't just all stuck in one box. They had different positions. They had options to get vision around them, and also different points that the opponents had to attack. So if one box were to go down, one bunker setup were to crumble, the other team were protected enough to get their heals back up. And there's always this kind of almost battles happening, but now everyone is quick to rotate, but also quick to watch their back. Liz be tweaking, it's in the name. She's looking behind her because she knows the teams are nearby, and also trying to get materials as they go. Pretty stocked up on wood, and you hear fire go off. There's a team right next to them too. And with the cacti, she'll be at full health.
Problem though is this slurp cacti just slightly outside of zone means that it's not very likely we'll see Liz's team opting to actually stand nearby. And here's the reason why they were dealing with shots on that rotate. Normally it's fairly uncommon for players to want to shoot at each other, because when you're already the last ones entering the next zone, you're likely to get held by the players that were in front of you that you were just taking shots at. But players, some of them desperate for Surge, purple lightning that you saw coming down. My Lover's team is there rotating. Everyone else in the lobby can't see that happening, but what they can hear potentially is when those shields are cracked. When the shield breaks because of taking too many ticks from Storm Surge, that's when players will receive the audio cue and know, hey, we can actually pressure. These ladies are in a whole lot of duress right now. They've got way bigger problems to worry about, and we're just going to add to the pile. But a team like Crash Out, Kanari, Cease, again, I love the fact that the ladies will change their names last minute. Keep in mind, this is Female Clicks, essentially. This is Female Clicks' team, but, you know, she's taken a different direction as far as how she wants to be addressed on the broadcast, I guess. But let's hope that she doesn't crash out of this lobby, that's for sure.
That would be horrible, especially with the storm just right next to them. This is a pretty highly contested area, and as the storm will shrink in a second, you will be forced to move. You will be forced to engage with these opponents, and we're only left to 24 teams. It's gonna come down to the crunch, come down to the wire, and the skin is very spooky to look at. I'm down with the fish though, and now it's just bunker wars where everyone's just trying to take down each other's walls, see what you can expose, and really test how much materials the other teams have, because if they run out, they will be forced to move and try to find cover, and that could be the moment to capitalize.
The Sailor Nats team is definitely in a relatively strong position. They're actually opting to just try and hold all these teams on that south edge of the zone, and a decent amount of congestion probably going to start to build here as Zik Zone continues to close in. But Cat Attack, Sailor Nat, Twinor, they're all opting to kind of face separate directions. Almost waiting, though, for one of them to kind of direct the other two for a more primary target, because then that's when you'll start to see the coordinated strikes come into effect. Whenever you're getting beamed by 3 separate players at once, that could be an immediate knock, depending on how accurate these ladies actually manage to be. That's part of the reason why we see some teams just opting to try and hang a little bit more low profile. Cora, Nikki, and Sana, they're sitting pretty, but they know they got to get a move on outside of Pleasant Piazza. Want to try and rotate more towards that next south side, but again, with the congestion having already pulled so heavily, this is going to be tough. They're going to hit a brick wall, it feels like, the moment that they come close and personal. Some of these ladies that are already established inside the zone, and sure enough, shots fired. Hey, Nikki, feel the effects onto her shield. Nothing too dangerous just yet, though, but does cause for a little bit of hesitation here, because now they've got to try and determine how many teams we actually have surrounding us, and already they've got one directly behind.
Yeah, and with those dashes, they just hope to out-rotate everyone, and even if they were out in the open, the speed would make it difficult to land a shot on. They take shelter in this house, but this is getting so busy. We got a lot of traffic coming into this highway. This is a pretty small zone, and at least we're okay in terms of surge threshold. But Kay, Kiana, Thea are already battling against, is it Mia on the other side, and Bella too, and shields being cracked, 43 HP, dropping a level to just try and circumvent all the fire coming their way, taking a second to regenerate. And that's really the window where people could be aggressive, but as soon as you leave your structure, that exposes you to, well, Bella is learning that the hard way. So being able to get some downs would be huge. 19 teams left. Kiana's got a team approaching her right in front. They will not be able to tarp safely to her. Kiana is making sure she puts the fear in their eyes. But this is, I think, going to come down to these next couple fights.
Problem now, though, is that all of this congestion is pooled on this east side of the zone, and the next zone, it's going to be tough to actually break through. Kiana trying to find the right moment to escape, but they've drawn too much attention from all those ladies that they were taking shots at, who just managed to squeeze their way into this current zone. And now it's actually going to be Sophia, the slight advantage. They're going to hang back for a moment, take some opportunities to try and apply some shot damage onto the shields, at least maybe look for a knock or two. If they can create an opening, all they need is one knock, and that'll be an easy green light to get a move on, because you know that team will have to be more fixated on actually opting for a revive, or it could just be a refresh in general that they're trying to find. Elimination feed lighting up currently. I see Kanari having some success, but Amber kind of playing a slower game currently. She knows the best way forward is to make sure they don't have anybody in front of them first, and already a handful of teams in between them and where they want to be. So Amber, Clarina, Rin pausing for a moment here and just waiting. Prime opportunity to strike. I like this Thunderburst though from Amber, a high fire rate weapon, so if this team actually opts to try and overtake the high ground, they'll have a good method to try and actually suppress the secondary height, the mid-ground layer teams. And our current team holding down the high ground is going to be Female Clixes. We saw them, 6 Victory Royales in their pre-qual lobby 1. And they are just hoping that they can keep that going. Hoping to keep that one going.
Man, this is becoming... This is just getting down to the wire. 16 teams. CC, great height. Storm is coming in. This is such a powerful position, and everyone's just scurrying right below her. And CC still has a whole team with her, and that is a boon at this point of the game, as Crashout is playing a pretty deadly game of hide and go seek. I'm hoping to get some height, but doesn't have great coverage. Spotting Dea just jumped past her and dashed. Couldn't land a good shot. Now Cora below her is exposed, gets her down to half health. And Crashout just feels like she's dominating on this side.
Hey, but with Female Clicks trying to control the high ground, it's really only Daya that she's going to have to worry about. But at least for the time being, that Mythic Combat going to do a decent job at preventing the mentality right now for anyone else to try and intervene. CC Nugget as well with Kanari. They're just holding ultimate height. Both taking separate angles to try and fixate on preventing anyone from intervening with their high ground control. It's now Maddie, Sparkles, AFK. They're left a little bit lower, but they know their moment to strike could come soon enough. Boxed up still in the mid ground, and might even opt for a layer switch downwards as opposed to up, just because of the fact that they are running relatively low on builds. They don't necessarily have the material that they would want to try and actually contest and challenge height successfully. But right now, the high ground is at an ultimate scramble, as is Daya, looking to get the job done all by her lonesome. Lost both Kay and Kiana on that last rotate. And just in a moment's notice, Daya forced to try and clutch this one out. She at least has 3 med kits though, and this could buy her all the time in the world for some very valuable placement points.
Yeah, if you can just squeak by a couple of teams, that is a world of a difference. But she's just gonna try and heal it out. We love an independent queen, but we love one that's alive as well. And if she could just avoid the damage, and look how the zone moves. Maddie is in trouble too. There are so many top teams that are skirmishing right now. And it's Crash Out that we're watching, aka Female Clicks. This was the team to fear in this qualifier. And look how confident, look how quick she builds too. Tell she's got a lot of experience. She looks down at Verse, and this is John holding on for dear life, running out of materials, able to skate by, and Canarian is on the hunt. Not a bird I thought that would be very carnivorous, but this is a great setup, a great position looking down, but it's about finding targets. Great knock from Verse, 2 teams left. It's coming down to this last second.
They're just waiting to see where the final player is even at, but Monty can't hold out long enough. She must have ran out of her white heels. She wasn't looking to try and take that initial challenge. A 1 versus 3 doesn't tend to ever go in anybody's favor, but Female Clicks' trio, we knew that they were going to be a problem, Lemon, but they're keeping their win streak very strong and very alive. Technically 7 in a row if you factor in those pre-qual lobbies, and I don't know, they could be looking to set a pretty mean precedent for tonight's qualifier round.
Just to see how quick that they moved and just the positions that they took. This is the team that could, well, you mentioned how they won every pre-qualifier game, and we'll see if the trend will continue here. The fact that they're emoting, because that's how confident they were in a victory royale. 65 points as a reminder, each elimination 2 points. We got 6 games, and Female Clicks' team, or Crash Out, whatever, at the top.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll have plenty more to break down about these ladies, but for right now, we're going to take a moment to actually preview Empra's home gaming setup. I'm really excited to see what this video is all about, and not only that, but guys, in the chat, keep in mind, we still have those V-Buck giveaways happening all night long, so make sure you stay tuned for both Empra and those V-Bucks.
Hi guys, I'm Emperor. I'm a competitive Fortnite player and content creator. I played with Psycho and Emily Marie in the Milk Cup, and we ended up getting 5th place in the Qualifier 1 finals to make it to the LAN. I play on keyboard and mouse, and I'm going to give you a quick setup tour to show you what I play on. Okay, so the first thing in my setup is the PC that I play on. It is a iBuyPower custom PC, and it has an i7, 3080, and 32 gigs of RAM. Next, I have my monitors, and they are both the exact same monitor. I bought 2 of them at different times. They are both from Amazon, and they are whatever this brand is, 240 hertz curved monitors. And then my mic is a HyperX Quadcast S, I'm pretty sure. And my headset is the Beyerdynamic DT990 Pro. My mouse is a Logitech G Pro Superlight, I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. And then my keyboard is an Apex Pro Mini, and I got it signed at DreamHack by like a bunch of people, so I like it. And then on my desk I also have my Stream Deck, which has a bunch of different things that I could need for my stream on it. I made the little things on my own. And then I have glasses, chapstick, hairbrush, water bottle, and then I have my drop maps that I printed out for the yacht. My desk itself is from IKEA, don't mind all the cables. It's 2 Alex drawers that I put together, and then I put it's some random IKEA countertop. I don't know which one it is, but yeah, it's like 72 inches long, I think. And then in the back over here, I have my Fortnite llama, my Fortnite hat. I have this controller that I bought, and I used it once because I hate controller. And then I have a mini airdrop, a little mushroom. I have another Fortnite llama, and then some books. And then that's like a random like Fortnite skin that my brother got me. And then I have a Victory Royale, a Roblox toy, a light, some more Fortnite toys. This is my old Ducky 1-2 mini that I used to use all the time. And then I just have like random jewelry and like, I don't know, blankets.
And then I have these lights, which look really cool for stream. I have this tree right here, which is supposed to be for my birds, but they never really use it. And then I have 2 different shoes. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot what they are. I got them like 2 years ago. And then I have a birthday sash. I got that when I turned 15, I think. And then I have my bed.
The last thing in my setup that I almost forgot is my chair. It's like kind of messed up. I've had it for like 4 years now, so I'm gonna get a new one soon. But it's like an Iron Man gaming chair I got from Amazon. Anyways, that is my setup tour. Thank you guys for watching.
This is Yin, CEO of Milk, total boss. Yin is not a gamer.
It's true.
Gamer or not, Yin and the team at Milk made a pledge to support women in sports.
And that includes esports too.
This year, her team decided to launch, drumroll,
Milk's Women's Fortnite tournament series to help level the playing field in esports. For women, tournament. But shockingly, that was already trademarked. So it's just called the Milk Cup. Tastes like victory and chocolate.
Thank you so much, Yin, and everyone at Gonna Need Milk for putting on this incredible event of the Milk Cup featuring Fortnite. And, I honestly think that the title before was perfect, but I do appreciate, as the host, not having to say all of that all the time. The Milk Cup is nice, short, and sweet. And hopefully all of you have your milk as well. We all got some chocolate milk rocking, of course, in this beautiful cow mug. Oh, wow. Yeah, Taco, you need to refill up. My goodness. But everyone, of course, we just wrapped up game number 1 of the Milk Cup, and female Clicks, my goodness, coming out strong. Miss Clicks, I forgot what their name was because it's Canary. I don't know, but we had an incredible showing from that trio, Taco.
Yeah, female Clicks, CC Nuggets, those two have been a duo essentially for as long as I can remember, seeing them competing in a variety of events and tournaments. But when they picked up Kanari, I think there was a lot of questioning of like, hey, what does she add to the dynamic? And that's not like a diss by any means to Kanari, because we saw the kind of power that she was working with. But when you are, I guess, the newcomer to a team of ladies that are just so familiar with each other, you always have that question of how well is their energy really going to blend? How well are their playstyles actually going to mesh together? And it had zero impact. If anything, it only elevated what these 3 ladies are actually capable of, because they were just dominating. 14 eliminations alone. I mean, you're looking at 28 points on top of the 65 from the Victory Royale. And again, I don't want to call it too soon, Kelly, but starting to think that the prequel might have included a little bit of foreshadowing with it for tonight's Milk Cup Qualifier 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely an indication of how well someone does in the first game, and it kind of snowballs a little bit. But this didn't even start with the first game, like you said. It started with the pre-qualifiers. That trio has just been dominating since the Qualifier 3 has started. But Lemon Kiwi, let's talk about, let's shine some light on some other trios out there. Was there anyone that really stood out to you?
I'm kind of just looking at the people who haven't met that expectation yet, or at least are still trying to make that climb to the top. I'll paint it in a more positive way. Like, I'm keeping my eyes on our Dupe's team, just because placing 12th, like not qualifying by 1 spot, is so heartbreaking and annoying, because there are a little bit of luck and circumstances involved in Fortnite too, and she is finding so much more luck with her team placing 10th. And I know I was cheering on my wildcard team of Pixie, Pixie, and they finished 28th out of 33. Just an unlucky start to the game, and a disappointing game 1. But Kelly, we have so many games ahead of us that I think you could afford to drop a couple games.
Yes, 5 more games to go. We just wrapped up the first out of 6, and obviously there's a lot of circumstances that come in, especially in a trios competition. The player that I was looking at, and I say player specifically because we do love those solo clutch plays, and that was going to be Daya solo, luckily finding some med kits and going for that heal off Taco.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, what options are you really left with? If you've got 3 med kits in the loadout, you might as well expend each and every one of them, because at least in a trios, if it's duos, maybe she's got a little bit more of a fight it out sort of opportunity left underneath her belt. But I think in this circumstance, trios action, you are better off just utilizing all of those med kits, trying to buy as much time as possible, hope that either these other ladies or even that Storm itself, for anyone that's kind of struggling to make those late game rotates through the moving zones, is going to be enough to take them out and just give her those additional bits of placement points. But we also most notably saw the fact that Daya, she was one of the first players to actually take note of trying to challenge female Clix's trio when they were kind of rulers of the high ground. And Kelly, you know as well as I do just how important height can be when it comes to these closing moments.
We also know how teams can condition, that's a word we like to use, the rest of the lobby when they're so dominant. And I think we got a little bit of that conditioning starting to go, because there was a moment around zone 11, if I'm not mistaken, Taco, where there was just kind of no team on height. There was just kind of a lot of people on this like weird middle ground, and height was almost for free. But then of course female Clix's team was able to take it over again. So do you think for the remaining 5 games we're going to see probably a few teams try to avoid being on the high ground?
I don't think any of these ladies would specifically want to avoid the high ground, though. It's just too strong of a leveraging point, especially in trios competition, because we saw the split responsibility that was executed really well from female Clix's team, because you had CC Nugget and Kanari both on top, just on that ultimate height, and they were spraying the lower layers, but from 2 separate angles, which made it really difficult for anyone else in the lobby to really have a chance to even look up at height. You can't really chop from that sort of circumstance. There's just too much pressure coming your way. And already our leaderboard, I think, really indicative of just the kind of control that female Clix's team had on the rest of the lobby, because 93 points is humongous.
Although Lemon Kiwi, I will say, I actually thought it was going to be a bit of a bigger separation, but Team 77 Manny holding out strong in second.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how Lux Lori especially does on that team, because she competed, I believe, with either Alarming, Amber, Blarina, or Rinny. One of the, I know she competed with some of them in Qual 1. They didn't get the finish that they wanted after finishing, I think, 22nd. So Lux Lori finds herself with this new team with Manny and Rose Cruz, and what a beginning. Like, game 1, they finished second, 8 eliminations, and that's the second most, I believe. So they get 72 points, which is amazing. I think that's a nice buffer for the next couple games.
That's a pretty good start to the competition. And as you guys can see right here, we had 14 teams highlighted. If you're joining for Qualifier 3 for the first time and you're wondering, wait, I thought it was 11. It is going to be 14 due to some previous teams that have qualified through not being able to make it. So 14 out of the 33 trios will be making their way to the LAN. But we need some few more games to figure out who those trios will be. So ladies, please take it away for game number 2.
Appreciate you so much, Kelly. And again, Kiwi, I think that we are really starting to look at a pretty pinnacle moment right now, though, for our top 3 on the leaderboard, because yeah, we saw it somewhat close between first and second, but then in third place, where Maddie's team was sitting, rocking around that 58 points threshold. When you compare 58 versus 93, that's already a pretty massive points disparity, and that's only after 1 lobby.
And that's why I mentioned, like, that buffer, that cushion, because we've had some really talented people have some unfortunate, very early endings to game 1. Like I pointed out, Aya Pixie's team finishing at 28th, and sometimes it happens. Not everyone has marked their drop location, or you don't know what the loot can give you sometimes. And being at the bottom, now you have to fight a little extra hard, whilst the people at the top can maybe be a little bit more looser, or can take more risks. And speaking of those risks, I saw like a lot of that maybe in the early game and the late game, but the mid game was a lot safer approaches, where they would knock one person and then leave the rest of the team to just get a better position. I wonder just how much more aggressive these ladies are going to get as they get more comfortable with the competition.
Would probably anticipate the aggression, if it's going to pick up, to take place usually after our halfway mark, because by the time the third lobby concludes, I think everyone will have gathered a really good idea of exactly where they sit on the leaderboard and what are their odds of actually breaking into the top 14. Because keep in mind, that's what tonight is really all about. Yes, it's sick. If you come first place, you get that $7,500 prize pool to go with it to split the lion's share of tonight's $25,000 that's involved in this third qualifier of Gonna Need Milk Cup. But Lemon, if you're not in that top 14, you're not going to the fall LAN. And that's what all of this has been culminating into. So if you miss that opportunity, it's definitely a pretty big blow.
Absolutely. But there's also been 3 qualifiers. There's so many chances, and even teams that were so confident that they forfeited their spot just to get into another qualifier with a different team to have maybe a stronger chance. Or I don't know, maybe some things happen internally. Maybe you just want to farm money. I don't know, but I just love the statements that we're seeing from these ladies. Now we're in the looting phase where I was hoping to see, you know, the new ship, the Black Pearl, and all the cool stuff that's in there, but I think people are just sticking to what they know.
Yeah, probably not gonna gather too much from Shipwreck Shallows early on. A lot less, I think, to split for trios in comparison to where we're looking right now. Summit Base Camp. Aya, Kiana, Kay, ample amounts of these slurp barrels that they can depend on to max out their shield. And not only that, but I think Daya especially, with her knowledge as far as Fortnite is concerned, I wouldn't be too surprised to see her trying to leverage some of this viewpoint from the natural elevation the mountain provides, get some good shots going onto teams that might be inside of Mount Olympus. Again, part of that, though, does kind of hinge on whether or not she's actually able to find like a Huntress DMR with the scope, or even the Enforcer Assault Rifle has been another really popular alternative for players that aren't actually able to get a DMR in their grasp. But it's Bree, Bubble Breeze, Ivis. They're doing what they can at the Breezy Coast. They know that they've got other competition at this same drop.
And I know it's Bree, like, what a team that she's got on her hands, because it's Bree competed with a different team in Qual 1 and finished near the bottom. Was so disappointed with how that run went that she missed out on Qual 2, really trying to lock down the super team. And I think she's really found it with Ivy and Breeze, who had finished 11th in Qual 1, forfeited their spot just to be able to play with Bree, knowing what her potential was. And speaking of potential, I mean, you're looking at another incredible squad here with Amber.
Yeah, but Pleasant Piazza, things can heat up in the blink of an eye if they're not careful. So I see Amber kind of taking her time, trying to stay hip to hip with her teammate. Don't want to stray too far when you know that the area could be a hot spot for early action and aggression, but Lorena, at least, feeling a little bit more confident, capable in her own abilities. She's just gonna opt to just max mat material farm as quickly as possible. We saw them getting a little active throughout the first lobby's mid game, but definitely some struggles that they encountered along the way for some of their later rotates. And already it's the forecast tower. It seems to be the focal point yet again. I'm expecting there to typically be action taking place, because really can't stress it enough. Anytime you have a forecast keycard and just knowing every single future zone from that point forward, it provides so much more wiggle room in terms of how teams want to handle their rotations, how teams want to try and look for surge tag damage.
Yeah, and just having those early rotates means you get the pick of the litter of what is the best spot. But Bree and friends have already met another team on like the edge of the map, and I don't think that whoever else really wants the smoke. Completely unexpected to see another team in this location, but Bree is gonna duel, and she's down to just a sliver of health, and it looks like they will only have Bree and Ivis left. Breeze did just get knocked, but in the bush they're nice and hidden, and they have a second to breathe as the other team distant away trying to avoid the storm.
Part of the risk involved when you're looting an area so close to a porta potty. But again, even if you get that initial surprise attack, at the same time, you have to worry about the attention you might draw from elsewhere. And Kay, Shadow, Vatley, they're all instantly trying to enclose upon that fight that they just heard taking place. They know. They've got thermal scopes as well on that Hunter's DMR, so Kay likely able to even call out the fact that Ivy was dealing with trying to get that revive off onto Bubble Breeze, and now Bubble Breeze, Ivy, this is just looking like an inevitable fall. Shadow, the rest of her team, just closing the gaps one by one. Bubble trying to sit inside of a metal cone. She's bringing a decent 1v1, and actually Shadow is gonna find herself getting 180. Botley, fortunately enough, comes into the mix. And so now the double revive onto Shadow, but Shadow maybe a little overconfident with the way that she actually chose to challenge inside of Bubble's box.
But that means an early exit for Bree and Ivy's team, who, like I just said, kind of took a big risk forfeiting in that first qualifier spot, and they finished 16th in that game 1, so this is quite a descent. But being on the edge of the map, it's kind of unexpected to just have another team there, and catching them at a spot where they weren't fully equipped out, they weren't fully looted. Well, there seems to be some shots coming Amber's way from a distance, though, and at least knowing how far away it is, they know they have that window to escape down this hill.
Forecast tower seemingly gonna be a very hot point for all of these ladies throughout the rest of our lobbies here today, but Amber, Rin, Lorena, they seem content for the time being. They know they don't want to stick around for too long. They don't want to open the door, essentially, to become victims of a third-party circumstance. There's a little chicken and Allie kind of scoping from their surge base just a little bit north of the Nitrodrome. It's very common to see players wanting to fixate themselves towards the Nitrodrome. Easily one of the better POIs on the map in terms of the availability of slurp cacti.
Still a very healthy lobby and distant away enough from anything crazy, but it's a lot of time to be killed, and it's nice to see a more peaceful middle of the map. And I think just being a duo there is unfortunate, but hey, at least you're in a healthy position, and 2v3 is definitely more doable than a 1v3. I know Kelly really wanted to see a 1v3, and if there's that type of talent here, I'm sat and I'm ready.
Hey, I mean, depending on how Female Clicks actually chooses to play, remember, the last time we saw that mythic combat in the hands of one of these ladies, it was Smiley, and she was running rampant in those Qual 2 Gonna Need Milk Cup lobbies, so I wouldn't be surprised if Female Clicks' team continues surging upwards on the leaderboard and their point distribution gets far enough away from everybody else. Yeah, those 1v3 circumstances might actually come to life here, but again, they've got to make it that far up the leaderboard in the first place. No reason to really go for any sort of unnecessary risk beforehand. We're talking about risk involved. Maneuvering around this map, just east of Lavish Lair. Weapons bunker spawning in the background. Inspire, Bread. She needs her team to win this one out so they can go for the duo revive onto her, but Inspire instead, she's gonna opt to just forfeit the position. She left the responsibility up to Vana, and Vana was successful. Bread has been revived. She only has medkit. She's got another Nuka-Cola if she wants. But the whole purpose of this right now is just a disengage. This is not a fight that they're willing to take. They sat around for so long because they wanted to try and make a push for this weapons bunker initially, but now they're gonna have to skip it outright. They don't want to risk getting sandwiched between the team that was just pressuring them and the new one that's sort of popped up just a little bit further down the road. Part of the difficulties of fighting at the old mill in the first place is you never know when someone else is just going to basically ruin the party. They might be able to lap back around though.
At least you got the third back, because that was the biggest worry. Were you gonna overstay your welcome, make sure you get your third up and run the risk of just getting team wiped, or maybe just being able to escape with just the two would have been the quicker and better play in terms of safety, but getting everyone up is big, and it helps to just increase your chances of making it deeper into this game too. There's only been 2 teams that have dropped, and now they're pretty stocked up on the wood, so this is just now rotating around the zones and being ready to fight other teams.
A little bit of relief, though, for some of these ladies with the way that this zone is pulling. Had a little bit more in that northern direction. Oftentimes, when you see the zones pull more towards that south side of the map, things can be really difficult as far as micromanaging your storm surge damage threshold. So I think for a lot of these ladies, they understand the fact that those numbers won't have as much of an opportunity to go as high upwards as we've seen in the past due to the slurp cacti being so readily available. So teams will have to get more aggressive playing on top of those slurp cacti, knowing that if they lose any health, they can just regenerate 30 of it, no problem. But again, even with that knowledge in mind, some of these teams want to opt for more elimination points. I mean, if you want to try and threaten that first place position, you're going to need to start getting some eliminations going, because I know for a fact Female Clix's team are probably not satisfied with having only hit 14 in the first lobby. And I know I say only 14, but I promise you they are looking for a 20 pop-off game.
I think they're so capable of doing that too. I was laughing earlier because someone was ramping up, saw another team, and just noped out of there. Through the grass though, Inspire is just lurking, but now being exposed, did take some shots to the shield, and now they have a hill on the other side, so this was a nice spot to even start threatening other teams, but also trying to encroach on the zone. Still lots of time for them to find that safe position, but this is going to get pretty congested pretty soon. And at least you have a nice AR to work with. They're going to try and go on the low side, maybe wrap around. Make sure you have all your shields up, which Inspire should have hopefully enough to get to full. But knowing that so many teams could be coming their way now that they're at the edge of the zone, getting your materials up is so important. And there's a team approaching them pretty soon, so gotta always be careful and aware.
Expect a lot of traffic incoming for where they were just at because of that Rift Island spawn directly above their heads. So many of these ladies are going to want to essentially base up at the bottom of Rift Island because it just allows for a quick rotate opportunity later on. Players love utilizing the rifts, or even if they make their way to the top of Rift Island, ample amounts of brick, highly sought after ornament material, and not only that, but the launch pad as well for a quick rotate. Mia catches someone slipping, absolutely tore through their shield, but no break just yet. Mia, though, she knows they're weak. She wants to keep pressuring, but instead gets a little bit more bark for her bite. Mia loses her HP entirely. A massive pump tag, it looked like, coming out of Abby, and now Abby's actually the one below trying to help recover this scenario. And Abby, celebratory dance, the emo.
That's mean.
But Brett, unfortunately, has been picked off. It looks as if they've managed to isolate Inspire's teammate. So now you just have to beg the question, where are Vona and Inspire at for them to lose Brett in the process? And neither of those players in sight, you have to assume maybe those ladies are already down and out for the count.
Ooh, Rin with the peek, trying to see an opening. And also, as her teammate is breaking down these walls, this could be where Rin jumps out. But it's also a lot of information gathering. And now, the extra mobility. Rin is on the attack, already breaking down. It's the edit battle, and she drops down low, trying to just play the layer mind game. And as one drops all the way to the floor, Rin knows they are isolated. And Trippy's trying to run for her life. She'll maybe even have some extra dashes. And Rin will just not let up. Trippy is at a quarter health and her team is nearby. Great knock by Rin, looking to finish the job too. Amber, though, her teammate, or Rin's teammate, is at a quarter health with low shield. So Amber's gonna need some assistance pretty soon. She looks like she isn't taking much more damage after that. that. If anything, her team is the one cleaning up everyone else around them.
And it's looking like a loot llama situation just from cleaning up these other ladies in the lobby. Rin, 3 eliminations already. Blurina's got 1 as well. So 4 in total currently for Alarming Amber's trio. And an ample amount of time to just kind of reap the benefits of all those eliminations. They were able to gather, heal up all their shield, all their white HP before making their next move. But they're going to have to keep pressing a little bit further north. Zone continue to pull in closer and closer towards Rebel's Roost. And already, some of these ladies boxed up inside of the wood line. No real reason to poke their heads out just yet, because the Storm Surge yet to activate. Which means you don't have to go for those moments of desperation. And now, finally, the Surge Threshold is going to kick in. But Leah, 561 above. Leafa, Ada's, they can take their time with deciding what they want to do next. This is definitely an ample amount of Surge. So they might hear the shots around them. They might open up their cone or a wall for a window edit and take some shots at teams in the distance. One of the benefits of that thermal scope is being able to gauge exactly where these other ladies are situated.
I like Leah's team too, because her team finished top 6 with only 1 elimination. They're just a peacekeeping type of team, just handshake, just let us kind of bunker and hide. And that's maybe the type of style they want to play, of just wait and see and almost react and punish other people who may just expose themselves, be out in the open on the rotate. Well, let's go and check in with Team Cat and all the friends who already had a great showing in game 1, finishing 7th with 4 eliminations. And hearing all that fire go by, once they are replenished on their shields, they may be in a better position to contest this, as it's a pretty wooded area, but not enough trees to really cover your tracks. So keeping walls up is important. Spiner hopes to break them all down. Eternity and friends are pretty worried right now, but there is a third-party situation. Spiner has to turn around, and Cat just got knocked, and Spiner doesn't have a moment to bring them back up. If anything, they're just going to carry the corpse to a safer spot.
It's part of the problem, though. When you go for some of these peaks, you leave that edit open just a moment too long. And granted, everybody wants to hold down their own line of sight, their separate angles, but you've got to make sure you're fully aware of just how many teams or players are surrounding you. Otherwise, you end up on that mid. And she has a team back her up, but Jade, Nitro Splash, not going to be good enough to escape. Tossed back, only a matter of time before she's collected as yet another elimination here. Ms. Cruz. And now it's down to Ms. Virus. She's hoping that she can cling onto a handful more placements, just go by unnoticed. But when your mat count is this low, Lemon, the odds are only ever working against your favor.
Well, when there's already structures there, there's less heavy lifting, so you can just kind of grab the scraps. And yeah, with Virus being alone, this is rough. But hey, silver lining, the team placed better than last game. They went from 30th to at least 25th, so small improvements. And you just need to get into the top 14, and you're going to a LAN championship for thousands of dollars. So this is why just sometimes waiting, and I know it could just be so antsy. You hear everyone shooting go by and you really want to be involved, you really want to play the game, but when you can't really 1v3, and you mentioned earlier in duos that would be more possible for someone like Virus, but she's going to be more of an observer as the rest are already duking it out. Rin has been knocked, and we'll go check in with No Vanilla for You, just right on the edge of the storm.
Yeah, but the problem for Ms. Virus is because she's a solo, she's still got to at least look for those sneaky opportunities, those slight pot shots that she might be able to take in the distraction factor that is some of the rest of the ladies shooting at each other. Because the longer she sits, she was only about 104 above the damage threshold. That's not enough to hold you over. At that point, you're sort of at the mercy of, okay, other players are going to get eliminated before I have to worry about this next threshold turning against me. But again, when everybody else is taking shots except you, that 104 can quickly falter to being under the surge threshold instead. We see in the distance Ardupe's team actually current
Ardupe,
victims
no!
of
They're
that
getting
storm
cooked.
surge. Yeah, they're trying to get out of it, but teams know they're desperate. You don't have to take the fight, and you can just wait until you hear those shields get broken by the surge itself. Dahlia now taking an advantage here. Just kind of spraying down onto Team Daya.
Yeah, just off the cone, Dahlia wants to start breaking down those walls, but also not trying to expose her position. As soon as you start shooting, all the attention is on you, but just these single shots aren't landing. Everyone is just too mobile, so Dahlia can rejoin her team. At least she still has a team. That's not something we could say about a lot, but our Dupe and friends, of course, the surge consumed them and other teams found their way to them, so 20 teams remaining as Dahlia puts pressure on some teams below her.
Problem right now for Team Hemis is this isn't necessarily enough material to actually hold down a high ground position. They're going to look for a refresh, and it's going to come now. Kitsy trying to take the wall currently from Manila, but Dahlia overhead. Cone has been broken, but Dahlia instantly doused for it. Kitsy now just needs a final couple more shots to connect, but she's drawn too much attention. Other players in the lobby starting to look her way. She's gonna have to just watch and fall back. Emmy's already claimed and fully eliminated. Maybe Kitsy can get this revive off onto Dahlia, but it's not going to be easy by any means. And instead, Kitsy, she won't get the chance. Held
Love that.
for a moment too long as Shadow, Botley, and Kay, they're gonna take that opportunity, push forward themselves. Vanilla, she already went down once, and now. Hey, Ms. Virus, though. This is what I was asking for earlier on. She's taking her chances. She's recognized, okay, these ladies are caught up elsewhere. This is my time to shine.
Yeah, the backstab on Favorite. Oh, it was almost possible. It was half out, almost done. And just every elimination is an extra 2 points, and that could be the difference between being 14th place or 15th place. So Virus is trying to go unnoticed. Kind of like a virus, to be honest. You call that dormant. My biology degree finally gets to come in, but you know, it's also not holding up against a whole other team. So Virus will eventually go down and not go unnoticed for too much longer, but we get to go and check in with Daya, Kiana, and Kay. This was a team that was able to start threatening that top team of female clicks, but they're just trying to keep the walls up as everyone is shooting it down. This is getting pretty hectic as half the teams are remaining, and now it's the time to move. With the structures in her way, they're using other people's walls to try and save on mats. But man, Daya has no shield left.
Yeah, but she'll take a moment. She's got ample amounts of small shield potions that she can utilize. More importantly, Daya, Kiana, and Kay, they managed to break through to the front side of low ground. And now Daya spraying downwards. Cone still being held though by the players underneath, and Daya, she recognizes the fact it's now or never. If they want to control this front side of the low ground, they're gonna have to clear out some of these other ladies that are already posted up there. And keep in mind, look up top. It's gonna be female clicks, double mythic in tow, which means they're likely also in control of that machinist medallion. 75 shield regen has never looked more scary than in the hands of these ladies. But Cease, oddly enough, knocked, might have been chopped at an unsuspecting moment. The fact that she isn't eliminated, though, tells me no one else has recognized the fact that these ladies are even in such a precarious position, and it's not gonna halt their overtake of the high ground. In a moment's notice, the double revive is a success, and they're right back up top on the high ground. Kanari now firing down. Mythic hand cannon, along with this Thunderburst, doing an excellent job at suppressing these ladies in the secondary eye and the mid-ground, low-ground layers. So much chaos ensuing because nobody else can make their way up top, and the way that the zone is now pulled so heavily in female Clix's team's favor.
Yeah, and just with this giant island in the way, people have to choose whether you can if you can ascend against a team like Female Clicks, or if you're gonna make your way around on the low ground. And why high ground is so much better is you get to dictate the engagement, and CC is gonna dictate the win. There are 6 teams remaining, and Female Clicks' team, will they be able to take another win? For them to be able to drop all the way to the bottom and revive a teammate and still make their way up there, there's so much going on, and no one was able to punish that. I mean, everyone's got their own problems. Kiana is also eating the storm right now, so we may say goodbye to her in a second, but this is just, or we may be looking at the winners of game 2.
I wouldn't say maybe, I'd say definitely at this rate. CC, as well as Kanari, Female Clicks, the lowest we've seen her yet, but more than enough shield to recover. And Daya taken out of the mix now means that it's just up to a shooting range practice, essentially ample mats as well for these ladies up top. They've only got a couple more players left to deal with. Kiana and Rose. Rose already knocked though, so now it's just one remaining member from Rose's trio. And Money one more time, looking like she might have locked down that second place position, but it's a battle of numbers at this stage, and 2 is better than 1. Kanari just knew, I've got to play backup here, but how much backup do you realistically need when the job has practically already been handled for you? But yes, 2 victory royales, the back-to-back, little bit of deja vu, some would say, from Lobby 1, because we see Mani rocking that second place position, and then we see Female Clicks' team actually bringing it all home with the victory royale.
And another second place from Mani, Rose, and Luxlord. We had the same top 1 and top 2. So they're just going to keep duking it out. And then Kiana and Daya, we knew they had such a high potential to make it really far and maybe even be guaranteed to be qualifying to that championship. And this is the last chance. You're seeing just how much better the competition is getting as every game goes by. And then if you guys are impressed by this, imagine just all the people who are already qualified for that championship.
Yeah, things are definitely starting to really heat up here as far as Female Clicks' trio is concerned. But all the talk about game 2 coming shortly after this next break, because first of all, keep in mind, guys, you want to stay tuned. We do still have those V-Bucks giveaway happening for this 3rd Milk Cup qualifier. So maybe get some V-Bucks, but definitely get some more action. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Milk Cup featuring Fortnite, brought to us by the incredible people from Gonna Need Milk. Kelly Link, Taco, and Lemon Kiwi still here after game number 2, which means that we just have 4 more games to go before we find out which 14 teams will be joining the rest of the ladies over at the LAN later on this year. And Lemon Kiwi, I'm guessing we already have an indication of one team that's going to be making their way through.
We already had a hint of it, but we didn't fully believe it until we saw it with our eyes. Yes, Female Clicks, Canary, CC Nuggets, who won every game in the pre-qual, take another W, but the big rival here, Rose, Lux, Lori, and Manny, who got another second place, are on their tail, but it's coming down to top 14 go to the championship. But we also want to see, is there someone who can really dethrone Female Clicks' team?
That'd be interesting to see. I definitely think that a lot of us now are looking towards who is going to qualify, not necessarily who is going to win, Taco, because, you know, there's still 4 more games to go, so much can happen. But just with how strong this trio is, it feels like it's a fight for second.
It definitely feels much more reminiscent of that fight for second place. I think throughout each of these Milk Cup quals, we've seen at minimum like 1 or 2 teams kind of just battle back and forth for first place, but this is very much vibes of qual 2, I think right now, Kelly, where I think we're looking at the team that is most likely going to be finishing in that first place position, unless Team Monty has something to say about it, because they are within striking range still, and that is a big deal, because sometimes all it takes is one standout performance, and a Female Clicks' team, if they get, you know, maybe a little overconfident because they're like, hey, we're dominating, we can probably challenge anybody we want to. And while I do believe that to be true, at the same time, you go for a 3 versus 3, and then all of a sudden you wind up getting lobby focused by everybody else around you.
Yeah.
That could be where the shutdown factor comes into effect.
And there was a moment there at the very end where I believe it was a 3v2 and they actually got an elimination onto Female Clicks' team, but they were able to clean up Mani's, and so that is going to be another first and second place for Female Clicks and 77 Manny respectively. And obviously my eyes are gonna, you know, we kind of get an understanding of what's happening at the top, but looking at 14th and 15th right now, that is just 2 points that separate who will be making it into the LAN right now. Kiwi, that's a single elimination.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at Kitsy, Dahlia, and Hemis, like your wildcard team, where they're in this position because game 1, they placed 13th, which still solid. You're in a qualifying spot, but 6 elimination, that's an extra 12 points added, which puts them in this position in the first place. I'm also looking at Alarming Amber's team, who are sitting in 13th, but that's not super comfortable after they placed 24th in the most recent game. And like I said, you can have those one-off games, but don't create a trend out of it.
Yeah, and this is only a little under half of the teams that we have competing here right now. Taco, for all of the competitors that are on essentially the second page of this lobby list, what do they have to do? What do they have to change if they want to be one of the top 14 teams over these next 4 games?
I think a lot of it is just going to hinge on those early loot paths. It seems as though some of these ladies are just getting a little bit too preoccupied with trying to look for those early engagements, and maybe they might want to fixate a little bit more on trying to just establish a good starting point on the map in the first place, because we have seen some interruptions as far as the loot path routes are concerned, and I do think part of that is just, you know, there's always that premise of, oh, if your spot isn't marked on the drop mat, that means you could go just about anywhere. And while that it can be true, I think it's also the fact that you're just dropping on teams that are going to have typically a much more practice and better understanding of that actual drop, so it can make things very problematic. And also just, I think some of these ladies maybe need to put some more cones up. We have definitely seen some circumstances where ladies will be looking one direction, and the next thing you know, they're not coned off, so they're just completely exposed to any teams that might be on a hill or just really any point of leverage over them.
Yeah, we know just how much Storm Surge really plays a factor, not just into the gameplay, but also the mindset. A lot of people, like you said, worried about those early game engagements because they don't know exactly what's going to happen in the middle game. They want to make sure that they can get that damage off right away. So I can understand the concern that maybe some of these teams are having about being able to get enough Storm Surge, because once you get into that middle and late game, it's just so hard to back off of it, especially when we're playing in trios instead of duos right now. But I do want to mention Taco. I said after game number 1, I wonder if no one's going to even look to height. And there was a point there where one of the players from Female Clix's team went down. They left height, brought her back up, and no one even attempted to take height from them when they didn't have it.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the exact moment where CC Nugget went down because I genuinely couldn't tell. It looked to me like she had just gotten bizarrely chopped, and like maybe she wasn't expecting it, or maybe she just dropped the moment too soon before actually getting off any Nitro Splash or Flowberry Fizz like she might have originally believed she had. But regardless of the situation, Kelly, she was knocked, and literally nobody seemed to notice. Nobody seemed to care. They're just like, yeah, you know, we let her come back to this. Like, we'll see what happens. I guess we'll take our chances, because that was a very exposed duo revive that we saw as well. They didn't even bother to build around it. They're just like, all right, let's pick her up and, you know, keep it moving. Like, there was zero concern or threat really, and I think that says a lot about I think the kind of caliber of trio that the Female Clix's team is sort of presenting in this lobby.
Yeah, a level of respect where they know that if they do try and engage with this team, even with a player down, that might end the run for their game right there. Lemon Kiwi, if you were in this position and there was just this dominant team rampaging through the lobby, are you going to try and do your best to avoid them, maybe stay to the low and middle ground? Or do you think that you need to take them out now? You want to prove to everyone that you're just as good as them?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking about Lifa's team of just how they had like one elimination and still got top 4. And yeah, a lot of teams are starting to climb the charts based off of those extra elimination points. Like, the difference between 2 points and 12 points is massive. 1 elimination to 6 eliminations. So I really think trying to go for those big risks, maybe not the top team. I'm gonna read the names and make sure I'm not going up against Faker on the other side. But you talked about,
I would hope not in an all-women's event. So.
That too, female Faker. All right, someone rename yourself, or maybe Female Clix could do that. Either way. But you brought out the Storm Surge, Kelly, and how our Duke, kind of that like I wouldn't even say underdog, but that team that kind of got right on the cusp of qualifying, they just got hit by the Surge, and that's what really ended their run. So the Surge is so important, Kelly.
Yeah, we know just how devastating Surge can be if these teams are under it. We might see that happening again in game number 3, but only time will tell. So let's head into the 3rd game.
And hey, Kelly, it's the 3rd match, that's for sure, but also, Lemon, you have to pay note to the fact that this is essentially our halfway point. There are 6 lobbies that we have, or that these ladies have to work with, but knowing that the halfway point is really going to start to, I think, cement some of our teams in that top 5 of the leaderboard. But more importantly, I think it's going to give those ladies that are just outside of that top 14 threshold. I mean, you already made a call to Team Sabrina that's got like our dupe and the likes on it, but we saw them in 15th place heading into this match. It would definitely be, I think, difficult on the mental when you see yourself kind of just sitting one more time, just one placement spot outside of where you want to be. But I think it could also maybe invigorate those ladies to, you know, want to adapt and overcome and ensure that they find themselves within that top 14 this time.
And not only just for those qualification spots, but you know the bread gets better as you get better, because it's 75. Yes, we have a $25,000 prize pool for this qualifier. You know, no big deal, right? Just it's amazing. 7,500 for first, 45 for second, 3K, and then it goes all the way down. But you get these increments the higher you get. So if you want to just be like Miss Virus and play like a little bit of hide and go seek when you're in these 1v3s, you should do that. Or if you don't really want to choose to fight, if you want to go for a more low elimination top placement, that could work too. But there are some teams that are fragging their minds out. They're taking big risks, and they're not getting these top 14 placements, but they're in the games, but they're getting top 14 and above in the rankings because of eliminations. So there's a lot to weigh in here. There's a lot to keep in mind, and this is really high stakes because, like we've said a million times, last qualifier, last chance to go to LAN.
That's for sure, but at least for Team Hemis, they'll have a completely uncontested classy courts to operate with. Kitsy already heading over to the tennis courts here as she opts to farm out some of the chests that have spawned. And again, Kitsy actually opting to drop her Hunter's DMR there for the Thunderburst SMG. So it's evident maybe she didn't have the scope that she was hoping for. She just wanted to leave the option there for Dahlia, who needed some slightly better weaponry to work with. Now it's going to be Galia actually trying to hold down those early surge tags with the 100 DMR, but again, another Swapperoonie comes into effect, and these teams, these ladies, almost playing hot potato essentially with that Hunter's DMR, but it's about what you can expect. Again, this is largely just when you are uncontested at a relatively strong POI like Classy, you kind of have the luxury now of deciding where you actually want to strike, and we've seen time and time again Team Hemis actually pressuring those ladies that opt more towards Breezy Coast.
Now we're closer to the underworld area, and Amber and friends are not wasting any time collecting some eliminations and finding a team this early when they have an AR. They got shields. This is a great spot, and they got dashes too, so hanging around this area if they want to make some risky rotates. Not that there's really anyone nearby, but just to get things done quicker is pretty good. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Amber and friends climb through the rankings, because this was a team that I have high expectations for. They're currently sitting in 13th in the rankings after maybe an earlier departure at 24th place in game 2. So keep an eye on Amber and friends.
Main thing that they're probably going to be worried about is where they're going to acquire their medal. But we'll have to figure that out, as right now, Team Sep, they don't really have a whole lot of anything. They are just on the outskirts. Brawler's Battleground. And it seems like they may have been pressured a little bit further south than they were initially intending to go. They continue to try and explore a little dirty dock. There is a launch pad here that they can utilize if they want to try and, you know, drop on top of an unsuspecting team once they feel a little bit more looted up. But at the very least, they've got an ample amount of slurp cacti kind of surrounding them, so they could look to get aggressive. Ardu, she's got that Enforcer assault rifle. Again, it's a really nice alternative if you don't have access towards that Hunter's DMR to try and apply some pressure from a distance and just get some early surge tag damage, because that's where this team suffered the most in the last lobby, and likely the lobby before that as well. And it can happen whenever you're dealing with a more uncontested spot.
I was hoping to see more Crash Pad Juniors, because this wasn't, I think, in the game when I did Qual 1. And this allows you to just threaten that high ground, which we saw how much of a dominant spot that allowed Female Clix's team to be when they could just look above. And again, the high ground allows you to dictate the action and to take cover. Yeah, you want to keep your floors up and try not to get knocked to the ground like we saw her team happen in the last game. But right now we're looking at Vona and Spire, who I think dealt with a lot of traffic last game. But right now, just being able to sit above the competition is good, but they seem to have a lot of mats, so Red might be trying to get another angle and almost exposed Murder's team, which are doing very much the opposite of murdering right now. Nova has shields cracked and is down to a quarter health, and they are just allowing a crucial couple seconds to heal until now they scatter like rats, and this is where Inspire's team needs to take full advantage. And now Soiree is kind of separated from the team, trying to run away, and Vona is trying to get through all these structures, not knowing where these targets ended up at.
Yeah, but with that last Nitro Splash having been popped, this Soiree throwing up builds as fast as she can to try and protect herself. But her teammate already seemingly escaped for the time being. A moment to try and refocus for where they want to try and strike next. Problem now for Miss Soiree, you can tell these shots that Vona is throwing out have kind of just alert signaled other teams in the area. Hey, there's a player sitting on the low ground. And that's only going to prompt even more attention towards Miss Ore's current position. So she is in for a rough time based on the look of things. I'll have to check back in to whether or not she actually manages to work her way out of that one. But for some teams are currently struggling, teams like Avery, Smack, a little bit on the Prosper end of things. Ripara, she got an elimination, but got eliminated herself. She's at least opened the door for Lily and Athenly to try and close this one out, but Athenly incredibly low. Just trying to work her way around some of these side action builds, and the problem now is that was her final small shield potion. She's got very little means to work with at this stage.
Got a golf club at least, but I don't think it works as well in this game. You don't want to bring a golf club to a knife fight, or I guess a gunfight. But they're gonna just try and create a small little basement, Inspire, Vona, Bared. Now it's about hiding. Inspire's team right in front. But now with these hills around, you just don't know where someone could have escaped. They could drop on the other side of a hill and go away. So Vona and friends bit on some bait. And there's also maybe another team nearby that they're going after. So this is a nice repose for Zen's team, especially with Athenly being a bit low on shields, but plenty of supplies to go around. Athenly's team, on the other hand, playing Queens of the Hill, being on top here, and Inspire would like to join them.
Inspire knows something's up, though. They push down first just to ensure that neither of these ladies have properly escaped just yet. And sure enough, Inspire, she spotted Athenly through the cracks in that brig. And now Lily soon to follow. Double eliminations. Make that 3 in total, though, for Inspire, as Vona has one additional elimination herself. But this trio started off at Lavish Lair. They chose to push a little bit further northwest and just essentially cut off any team that might have been making their way out of the Rebels' Roost. And Rip Rara's team, they seem like they're playing a little bit of map musical chairs, essentially, because we've seen them drop at a couple of different locations now. And in this lobby, they still have yet to find their home for as to where they're actually going to be able to stake their claim.
I think Eternity's team's in a pretty good spot. Plenty of shields, plenty of mats, and now it's just beating the storm. But when you're rotating with the storm, you could be meeting a lot of teams who could be holding positions and kind of edge guarding, as you would call it. But it doesn't seem to be the case, as, well, it's still early on in the game. 31 teams left, and having these extra dashes make it so even though you're in an exposed spot, it's still a tough shot to hit. But you want to keep your eyes peeled, especially on the top of this mountain, because there is a team nearby that Bella and friends have to be careful of.
Neither team seems to have taken note of the other just yet, though, so at least for right now, Bella can just prioritize hanging out with the other windmill. And again, as long as everything kind of sits still, a slight lull in the action here for some of these teams more toward the northern portions of the map, but expecting that to pick up at a moment's notice here at Shipwreck Shallows. Slightly different tone. As Ada's, Leah, and Lifa, they've yet to find their first elimination on this third lobby, but they can likely hear the shots being fired just southwest of their current position. A couple of teams actually fixated on duking things out over by a bridge, but it's not a fight that Team Ada's is willing to get involved with just yet.
Yeah, I like that. That's not my problem. Yeah, you know, I like that vibe. And that's the same vibe that Lifa's team did last time. I think they have a total of 4 eliminations over 2 games. So it just speaks to, you don't really want to come in third party if you don't believe you could win against the competition at a distance, or going for the safer play may just get you deeper into a game. But for now, Danzy is dancing around some bullets right now, hoping to just get behind any safe cover. Now with the medals in place, at 19 HP. Every second matters, especially with the storm encroaching, and our dupe down. Danzy and friends hoping to keep themselves alive, but now that the storm has overtaken them, they don't have a lot of time to lose, so they got a jet, and they're in a pretty exposed position. So rotating away from their opponent seems to be pretty okay for now.
Well, the problem as well, I saw Sep with that Mythic Combat Assault Rifle. Keep in mind, they're initially uncontested at Redline Rig, so if either Sep or Donzi are still in control of that Machinist Medallion, their area, their location, it's still going to be soft marked on the map. So other teams will at least have a general idea, hey, there's a Medallion player in the vicinity, and that could be part of the reason why we saw Maddie so intense, trying to chase them down. But again, 2 eliminations total so far for Maddie's trio, and they're not the only ones sort of local to this current territory in between Restored Reels and Shipwreck Shallows. They know more teams are going to begin pouring their way in, working their way upwards from those southern sections of the map. Team Sabrina, though, I'm thinking of what I would want to do in this kind of circumstance. When you find one member of your trio eliminated, the problem now is that when you're already uncontested, if you weren't able to find those Storm Surge tags early on, and I have to think part of the reason they're fighting in the first place is because they knew they were low on their damage threshold, and now the time that they would have to take to go for that reboot van opportunity and bring Ardu back into this lobby, that's just more time spent not actually accruing even more Storm Surge damage. So they're still just going to be one step behind the rest of the lobby at best.
And now Trippy knows she has some unfriendly neighbors across the way, and trying to see if any of them have rotated out. But now that they're inside the zone in a safe position, this could just be the ultimate chess match, but currently at a stalemate until maybe another, like a third party could be running by. That'll force some gunfire. That could tell you the position of the opponents, but without that information, it just may be too risky to move from a position you're not really being challenged on.
Waiting to see if maybe Nestle managed to catch a glimpse, but the other thing I can't help but notice is that aside from Trippy, these ladies aren't really taking note of teams that could be possibly pulling up from behind. Something that they're going to have to remain cognizant of is action ensues elsewhere. Mia, as well as Daya, slight battle. The northern lands here is Sophia, Abby, Mia, all playing from separate layers, but Sophia, she's just hoping to see if she can get somebody's sword chopped down from underneath them. Mia, though, didn't really recognize the fact that there was somebody already cranked up above her. She'll be forced to drop to ultimate low, and the pressure is starting to pour in. More teams starting to get involved. All these shots being fired have made them well aware of the fact that there are at least one team here struggling. Now all 3 of these ladies have managed to regroup. The Nitro Splash is going to come out, which means it's a bailout. They have zero interest in continuing this fight, and for good reason. Daya, Kiana, Kay, they've now shifted their attention to see if they can maybe gatekeep some of these other ladies approaching this eastern edge of the zone.
Now with how low shields those ladies were, just to pop the nitrous to get out was just the best decision you can make, because staying there was a losing battle. And now this is maybe a time of relief for Kiana and friends who are looking to top up their shields and get as much wood also as possible, maybe even top up metals. I'm not sure where they're at with that. But hey, looks like everyone's distanced themselves, so the fighting has stopped. No one's barking anymore, and there's not really like a pressure of the storm coming in anytime soon. And they must be confident in their surge threshold or their damage threshold position, or else I feel like they'd be seeking more out.
Well, you say that, and just in the nick of time, bailed out from 59 to below. But a team must have just been eliminated to put them in a situation where now they are sitting 761 damage above. And that's just how quickly these surge damage thresholds can change just off the bat of a different team being eliminated. It jumps your team up all that much further. But this is going to buy Daya more than enough time to dictate where they want this next rotate to actually head. As we look at our second place team, Ani marking out. I love this rotate coming from the low ground as well. They're just using the natural map features to try and stay a little bit more hidden. John, though, going to recognize the fact that I've been tagged, so teams are definitely aware of where we're at now. But even from the low ground disadvantage, typically Ani still managing to make a big play. Rin immediately gobbled up, just kind of standing out in the open.
Yeah, Nani and friends, they finished second back to back, and they're just taking bodies with them. But above them is Santa, Cora, and Nikki, who hope to start threatening the top to sit at the big kids table, but really just having their presence known, making sure they also top up all their resources. And they can just kind of see where the others go and maybe get the chase on now that Nitrous is activated, but also having to keep in mind of the storm and putting yourself in the best position for the next coming zones too. While Rose and friends, they're on the low ground and they'll have to cross in front of Mia's team, but they're also battling against others, so this could be a chance to third party, but it looks like everyone's disengaged.
Yeah, but Sailor and Spine are a little bit more preoccupied with just dealing with Abby. I don't even think they're going to recognize Team Mani just slipping right behind them. That would be a massive rotation to pull off for Team Mani. They also have Bella Kuma in front of them, and Bella looked to be an absolute shambles. She had no shield last we checked in. I'm certain she was eliminated as well by that trio, which just means even more Siphon map material to go the way of Team Mani and just further push them forward into what they're trying to transition into being their first victory royale of the day.
Peeking around, hearing gunfire at the distance, so many teams are congregating around Classy Courts. And Maddie, she made such a splash in Qualifier 1, and she continues to be a player to watch out for now, dropping a couple layers now that the roof is being taken out, and they may be ready to brawl. They're going to be forced to brawl, whether they're ready or not, and a team is just crossing in front of them, I think. So Maddie will be hunting down, I think that's Eternity, and all of them crossing in front. But then there's other teams in the distance that could get involved, so you don't want to tunnel too much on an elimination because you really don't know what kind of setup you're running into. Speaking of setups, here's Skylar, Team Skylar, that is going to be forced out of this position soon.
You say forced, but honestly, they might just choose to lie low. They haven't really tarped out too much. They're actually conserving a good amount of their hard material. I think it's likely because they're waiting to see where this next zone pools. 8th zone, so sometimes referred to as that half and half, and well, all these ladies starting to get a move on because the congestion, the longer you stay, the more you linger, the more likely it is that you're gonna have to deal with getting caught in the crossfires. Some of these straggler teams, and part of the reason why they're so far behind everyone else is likely because of the fact that they're desperate to get those surge threshold numbers up and above where it needs to be. But a team like Vona, a team like Inspire, 1,084 above currently. Right now, they just need to tarp forward. They just need to claim as much space as possible. They'll look to commit to the low ground for the time being. But they recognize the fact there's another team slightly further ahead of them. All this. Tried to say hello, but through that window at the wrong time. Inspire got a nice tag. Red, on the other hand, though, trying to just confirm that no one's trying to make a more direct approach onto where these ladies are currently situated.
Yeah, Inspired. Great chip on that shield, but now everyone's surrounding them, and it's how much information can you gather? Now just splitting the wall open and edit on the north and the left just to see Where are these teams? And now all focused at the front. In front is Dancy. Inspire's shield does drop, but that's okay because Bored and Bona are in pretty healthy positions. But it's about materials that this could be what brings them down, or at least what forces them to stay in this box until the zone forces them out. As we go check with Liz at 18 HP, a down teammate, an Ale in an Elsa dress. Love to see it. They're gonna be in this spot for a while. And now that they brought their third up, do they really have the time to heal up? There are so many teams around them. They're taking their time, and they seem to have had the moment to get into a healthier position than where they started.
But this is not the resource count that you would want to be at if you are looking to maintain a strong position. That map refresh, though, could go crazy right now for Ronaldo. She's doing what she can to try and help put her team in a slightly better position. But one more time, this is starting to look like the last two lobbies before. Keep in mind, though, female Click, she had 3 eliminations. But she's not in this lobby any longer. It's all down to CC Nugget and Canary to hold strong here if they want to make it a hat trick. 3rd time's the charm for victory royales. But CC Nugget, she's got a relatively strong position right now on the high ground. And again, these other teams surrounding them don't seem to have noticed their position just yet.
If they could pull off a win with just 2, that would be incredible. And they have mythics again. They just seem to have one of the best loadouts. And what a shot, a big dent into Liz, who immediately takes cover. This is the time where everyone's rotating as the zone is being pulled, and this is the moment to go on the hunt if you're Canary, even choosing to drop down to such a low layer and ramp up with Canary, working so well together and being fast with it too. You do not have time to make decisions. You just have to act. And there's bodies everywhere, so many teams. And as you focus on one, another one could be sneaking up on you. But this is a team with such good awareness. While Renee and Nestle, I'm seeing them at the top in terms of height. So we'll see if they will be really contested at all in that regard. But Vona and Bured are working on fumes right now, just trying to live through this travesty.
Yeah, but at least Vana's got a medkit. Another one being dropped there from Bread. And Canary, she's solely dependent on just how well hidden she can stay inside of that metal cone. I mean, talk about it being a team effort, but she's operating as a solo right now, hoping to try and clutch up some more placement points. Bread straight over the high ground, instantly propelling herself towards the front side of this next zone. Looks behind to try and check in on her teammate Vona, who seems to have gotten caught in a little bit of a hiccup. Box fighting for her life. But meanwhile, backside of zone, some ladies getting more fixated on those secondary height layers. Nestle and Renee, they took their opportunity. They saw, hey, female Clix's team isn't on the high ground. Let's take it for ourselves instead. And it's down to her final bullets here. She only has 3 shots remaining inside of this assault rifle, and sadly enough for Nestle, it's looking like she's going to need to drop sooner rather than later and try and operate with this Gatekeeper shotgun. Hope that she can play enough of a disruptor force here that Renee can just provide backup shots from above.
What an incredible showing from Renee and Nestle. They've had a sub-20 placement in the last 2 games, and to make top 6 is huge. They're going to be going from 21st in the rankings to much higher. And you have some of the best teams below you. This is a good position, but for how long can you maintain it? This could just be a question of outliving everyone else, but having low health resources, just trying to out-sustain is gonna be questionable. Canary is the sole survivor of that #1 team, hoping to make the 3-peat, but the storm is here, and Canary is forced to move, and she knows there's a team nearby, and this is just about outmaneuvering them. And this is a maze, so she could just play the hiding game too.
The problem though for Canary, she can't take another tick from the storm. She has to make sure that she stays ahead of the pack. Big tag though onto Brett, instantly dropped there from the low ground. If Brett had another medkit, that might just be the saving grace here for Canary on the low ground. But one team that's still wholly intact is Team Liz. Ale, Ronaldo, they are looking primed up to steal the show here for lobby number 3. Likely one of our only trios still surviving. And in fact, Renee, she's going to find Kanari. That's going to be the end of her run. But Liz, taking notes of what's above. She spotted out the fact that she might just need to drop one more layer, play backup, play hip to hip.
Holding hands through thick and thin. Liz, Ale, and Ronaldo doing their best. And it's coming down to that. Liz and friends were in top 5, and they'll end with a victory royale to shoot them up in the rankings and one step closer to the championship.
We finally see a new team as our Victory Royale members here in lobby number 3. A really big showing though for Liz. And Lemon, you kind of called it, but sometimes all it takes is one really strong match. And granted, we did see Kanari do a pretty impressive solo clutch there towards the end, but at the same time, these are some very valuable placement points that Team Liz's just basically took from everybody else.
This has been such an exciting day. We're at the halfway point. We have to throw it to a break, but when we get back, we're going to have Peach Cobbler, we're going to have some content, we're going to have Kelly, and we're going to have more Fortnite around the corner, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, you beautiful people, to the Milk Cup featuring Fortnite. We just wrapped up game number 3, which means that we have reached the halfway point and our halftime show here. And finally, Lemon Kiwi, Female Clix's team has been usurped. We have a new winner from game 3.
Yeah, finally, right? But I feel like there's so much weight, less weight on your shoulders to not have to hold on to the crown as much. And it doesn't even come from Luxury Rose and Monty. This is a really contested top 6 in my opinion. And this is where like even Female Clix's team had a what, like 30 or 40 point buffer. So they're still in #1 in the rankings technically. But Taco, this is a really fun top 8 that we have.
Yeah, and I think for Liz's team in particular, you have to remember that if you want to be an active contender, between those first 2 ladies leading currently on the leaderboard, you're going to need to get more than just one Victory Royale, I feel like, at this point, because Female Clix's roster, along with Monty's, they've been getting such strong placements all throughout these first 3 lobbies so far here today that despite neither of those teams securing the Victory Royale here at our halfway point in the 3rd lobby, they're still sitting in a really strong position on the leaderboard. And I think, yeah, 250 points. And then you look at where Team Liz was at and just how far they've had to actually try and go to overcome. It has been a tough time. And granted, we've been saying Team Liz, but it is Pretty Ale, and that's going to be her team captain. But still, 148 points versus first place, 250, 100 points clean separating these ladies. That is a lot of ground to make up for.
It definitely is. And although we obviously are looking towards the top 14 teams here to qualify to the LAN later on, the higher these teams place, the more money they make, the more, V-Bucks they're able to buy. Speaking of which, a V-Buck giveaway going out throughout chat. Make sure that you guys are following chat to see when the V-Bucks are going to be given away. But I always say it's no longer a fight for first, it's a fight for second. But we just saw right there that there is a potential weakness in the armor of our first place team. And so there's an opportunity for others to be able to climb up and take that first place spot away from them, regardless of the spot, regardless of the money. This is 33 of the best female competitors that we have in Fortnite. Obviously, a lot of big name teams have already punched their ticket over into the LAN, so we're not seeing them compete here today. But I think Lemon Kiwi, for me, a lot of it would be about bragging rights as well, being the best competitor here. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's clutch or kick. Like, this is your last chance to qualify. There's even some teams who have forfeited their spots to kind of even get an upgraded team to be here. Of course, the prize pool gets a lot better, and the bragging rights, I think, to go into the championship, which is coming up very soon in fall, with a head on your shoulders, with your head held high, I think is everything. And for Female Clix's team to finally get challenged, I mean, they already had a rival, but for now it's not just the 2, like you said, Kelly, but there is just a wealth of talent. And even some people that are doing like the pacifist run, like I like Team Lifa, that was just like very low eliminations, but riding their way into the top 8 consistently.
I love that you talk about talent here, because there really is so much talent in all the competition, all the qualifiers that we've seen. And anytime I'm a part of either WOTE or the Milk Cup, I always look to this name, Sophie Ann. She's such a big force in Fortnite, and I love that we got to have an interview with her. So let's see what she had to say.
My name's Sophie. I'm a competitive player, and I'm from Florida. We placed in 2nd. We were expecting to win, but the important thing is the LAN, so that's what we're hoping for. My teammates are Yanni and Millie, and Millie's just a super good IGL, and Yanni's a great fighter. We're going to be scrimming and playing a bunch of tournaments together. I obviously want my team to win, so I think we're going to get first. I try to just focus on my team and focus on what's important and not think about everything else. I think the Rally LAN was the most memorable one, where Queasy and Veno landed on Cammy and Seti. I'm looking forward to watching Maddie and F and her team. There's a lot of good teams that are big competitors, like Moxie and Regs, Somerset, Frantic, and Vader, Nina. They're all just really good teams overall. My first ever competition was a squatty fuse, and it was actually a qualifier. We ended up qualifying for the finals, and it was just a great moment. We were all super happy, and I'm a very competitive person, so it felt great. I just work on my fighting and then play a lot of scrims, but mainly just playing against better players to try to get better myself. I think I worked a lot on my confidence as a fighter, and that helped in Qual 2 a lot. In Qual 1 we were contested, and in Qual 2 we got surprise conned. I think just hosting more tournaments that everybody can be a part of. I'd say just to play in the scrims, grind the game, fight against better players, and you're gonna eventually become one of the better players. I think gaming has brought me many opportunities, and I've made a lot of friendships that I hope last forever. I've met a lot of cool people, and it's just been an amazing journey. I think just because I'm in college, I don't really have that much time, but that's basically it. There's nothing really holding me back other than myself. I think it's been a really cool initiative. The LAN is just a super cool opportunity for a lot of women, and it's gonna be super cool to see everybody there. I love cereal and cookies with milk.
This is Yin, CEO of Milk, total boss. Yin is not a gamer.
It's true.
Gamer or not, Yin and the team at Milk made a pledge to support women in sports.
And that includes esports too.
This year, her team decided to launch, drumroll,
Milk's women's Fortnite tournament series to help level the playing field in esports. For women, tournament. But shockingly, that was already trademarked. So it's just called the Milk Cup. Tastes like victory and chocolate.
Big thank you once again to Yen there, and a big thank you to the Peach Cobbler for joining me here on the Milk Cup. It wouldn't be possible without you. So first and foremost, hello, welcome, how you doing?
Hi Kelly, it's so good to be back for the last qualifier at that.
Yeah, this has been quite a journey, right? I can't believe we started a few months ago, and then we have the LAN coming up too.
Yeah, I feel so nervous about this one, and it's probably because it's the last one before the LAN, but I can't imagine what the competitors are feeling.
I know. And you know what, like, this is going on to such a big audience. I know we have a lot of viewing parties as well as the people in our Twitch channel right now. And I gotta ask you, what advice would you give to newcomers who might be watching right now that want to establish themselves in a competitive gaming world like esports?
Wow, I think the best advice I could give is honestly embracing a healthy competitive mindset. I think that that's going to ultimately change your desire to compete, and obviously competing at any level requires a lot of practice. So if you have a healthy mindset around it, you're going to be pushing for that rather than kind of letting the game destroy you, because it can get pretty toxic and very competitive in this field. But also if you're like, well, I don't know where to start, that sounds great, I have a terrible mindset, the Gonna Need Milk Discord is a great place to start. They have so many high integrity players in there. They're creating only women's scrims and just really having a community come together. So definitely the Gonna Need Milk Discord, and just finding like-minded people in there to compete with and help you become better.
Well, I love that you bring up the Gonna Need Milk, and you're bringing up kind of like a bigger level than just the competitors. It goes so beyond that to the organizers, the tournament, the people that put everything together. So what can industry leaders do to kind of increase female representation in the gaming space?
Honestly, marketing strategy is a huge one. This whole industry has been marketed for men for a very, very long time, and women are just now getting their time to shine. And they can clearly take a page out of the Gonna Need Milk's book on how to do that, because Gonna Need Milk is creating multiple areas for women to be seen with each of the qualifiers, and then this massive LAN that we have coming. And personally, I love seeing women's setups, so I would love to see more women's setups showcased in these type of things, like online, or whether it be headphones, and just kind of finding those creative, because women are so talented with even just our setups and how we manage stuff, you know?
I was so jealous with that setup interview earlier and how many Fortnite items she had, because all I have is this boogie bomb, and I'm very proud of this. I do have it in the background on display, but I totally agree with you. I want to see more setups. It's like one of my favorite interviews. But final question for me, and you know, it's a big one because there is a lot of stereotypes surrounding women in esports. And what do you think events like this can kind of help or prove otherwise when you kind of shine a light on the incredible women in the gaming space?
Yeah, I think this is such a great opportunity to debunk that stereotype of it's just for men. Things like this, especially the way that Gonna Need Milk has set this Milk Cup up, is having female casters, female production team, and then also allowing the stage to be women to shine, giving them a place to not only create content, but also kind of have that passion to get to the LAN event. Like, that's going to be huge. I think that the opportunities that have come for women have been very far and few in between. So kind of like taking that initiative to rewrite what it looks like and kind of giving that platform, like what Gonna Need Milk is doing, is really what's going to help us get there.
And obviously, Peach Cobbler, you being the face of this is also a big help. So thank you so much for being a part of this, having the Milk Cup being, you know, this great example of what, if just given the right opportunity, women can do in a competitive esports space. But for right now, I believe we have to say goodbye to you. But before, and in case, you know, somehow someone doesn't know who you are that's watching right now, where can people find you online?
The Peach Cobbler, pretty much on every platform.
Thank you so much, Peach.
Thank you,
and
Kelly.
I can't wait to see you at the LAN. And let's bring back our commentators into the fray because we still have 3 more games to go before we can crown our 14 champs that are going to move on to the LAN later this year. Taco, I'm so sad to see Peach Cobbler go. I wish we could keep her on for the whole show because it's always so nice talking to her.
Yeah. I mean, great minds think alike, Kelly. I absolutely love listening to Peach's responses as well. She's just so considerate, and I think as well, her community that she's garnered throughout every single social. I mean, she seems like she's very inclusive to begin with, but I think for me what really stands out about Peach is that she is all about empowering and uplifting women, and so I just couldn't be more proud of her and everything that she's been able to help accomplish by bringing us the Milk Cup in the first place. I think it is just a phenomenal accomplishment by her, and she deserves all of the credit in the world.
And Lemon Kiwi, you are, you know, facing so many games in so many different esports. And what is it like now seeing, you know, Fortnite kind of provide this space for women? And not necessarily in a negative comparison to other games, but I just want to know your thoughts on it.
I'll say this one's the best.
Yeah, it really is the best because, I mean, it's Milk and it's like my favorite thing, but also it's just every scene needs something like this, and just kind of like Peach Cobbler said, just squashing those stereotypes that women can compete. And this is not to replace any other type of league, but to rather give a stepping stone and a platform to just say that you could do it without really anyone else's help but your friends. So shout out to Peach Cobbler and Milk Cup for putting this on.
100% shout out to the incredible team. Just like Peach Cobbler said, it's not just an all women's cast and all women's competition. We also have the incredible all women's production running things. And if I'm not mistaken, they're telling me that game number 4 is ready to go. So ladies, take it away.
Thanks so much, Kelly. And sure enough, our 4th lobby, we have now surpassed the halfway point here, Lemon. And what is, you think, the most important factor for these ladies to essentially try and tackle now that they've got a good idea of exactly where they stand on that leaderboard?
Because that's what's important, right? Where do you stand on the leaderboard, and how much work ahead of you do you have? Because pretty much the top 8 is at 100 points or higher, and it's a safest position, but like from 6th place to 14th, it's really, you know, it could be a difference of 50 points, and there's still 3 more games to go, and you could rack up so many points in just one game alone. 65 points for a Victory Royale, 56 for second. It goes back down 2 points for elimination. So if you're near the bottom, you really got to clutch up. You got to be smart, and you got to assess kind of what went wrong in the last couple of games. Was it kind of a fluke game, or is your strategy, is your drop spot not working out, or what is missing from that? Whereas if you're at the top, if if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think a difference of first to second or whatever is not something like Team Female Clix' team has to worry about, right? Because they're like, I think they have a buffer of 30 or 40 points. So I don't think they need to change anything, but it's really the bottom that have to rise up, and everyone needs to not underestimate that.
Yeah, when you are a team in first place and the team in third, fourth, you're looking at 100 points plus. But right now, the problems are brewing here at Coastal Comms. Kay, Botley, Shadow, they're trying to defend their initial drop, but they've been hot dropped, unsuspectingly contested. And this could pose a serious threat to their position on the leaderboard if they are eliminated this early on, well outside that placement threshold. Botley trying to do what she can from above. She's taken over an isolated position here on the launch pad, but she recognizes the fact she's gonna have to keep providing coverage fire. She wants to give Kay the time that she needs to revive Shadow, but all these toe tags come in where they least suspect them, and Nixta's gonna find herself getting knocked. Repercussions raining through, and sure enough, that's all that needed to be done here is Kay now able to witness Shadow being brought back to life.
Oh, is there like a skin advantage here when you're just a blue person in a very wintry world? But yeah, Kay is still spotted, catching smoke from someone that she was maybe not ready for, but still has shields intact. Nick in front of her, not so lucky with the bricks there too. Good protection, but now trying to break down, kick down these walls and say hello, but maybe got more than what she asked for. This is a very early fight. And this is an important game. We're in game 4, and there's not a lot of leeway after this. And unfortunately for Team Bot, they are out.
That is a tough break, an unsuspected contest, but more importantly still, my lovers, look at how far away Hemi's just utilizing that 4-time scope on the Huntress DMR. She is a menace currently towards the team, still fixated at Coastal Comms. They know it's only a matter of time, and sure enough, our lovers just too cooked essentially. They were already left rather shambles situation after winning that last exchange, and before they even have a chance to properly recover, Team Hemis rolls into the vicinity and just cleans up house. So all that surge damage that they had spent acquiring now just working against them.
This is such a no man's land this far north. Where do you like to drop? Are you more of like a middle map gal where you just have all the options of where you want to rotate to, or do you like to be really on the perimeter and work your way in?
If you're gonna play, I think casuals or ranked, I think you kind of got to send a message and hot drop the best locations on the map. For me, I'm a red line rig fanatic. I think the mythic combat is just entirely too powerful, and not only that, but I just love the idea of if you actually control that area, you're basically just gonna have a freebie 75 shield for the rest of the game, so you can just conserve so much as far as like shield is concerned. Plus it's just desert area, so you can never go wrong having slurp cacti nearby.
Oh, for sure. That would feel like home for me because I live in Las Vegas right now, and it is beige and desert everywhere. Thankfully, I don't have to be in the heat, and thankfully there's not real temperature that you could feel in this game unless the future brings some cool immersion. But yeah, the south part of the map I think is definitely full of power positions, including those medallions to fight for, bunkers in the area if you want to move more towards the middle of the map for the forecast towers and working towards these key cards. But right now, it's very peaceful here in the south.
Trying to see if CC, Canary, and Female Clix can shake things up a little bit. They continue to utilize some of these flaming boost hoops to quick rotate across the southern section of the map. Granted, last game, we saw Female Clix no longer a participant. Those late game moments came down exclusively to her remaining trio mates, and don't get me wrong, I think what CC Nugget and Canary were able to accomplish was definitely impressive. Canary in particular with that solo clutch for what I believe was a 3rd place finish, but you could tell this team is hungry to run it back and secure more victory royales. They are looting up as quickly as possible. And it seems more so less about the loot path and more about just trying to find another team to tango with. They want eliminations.
Every point matters. 2 points per, and you see the teams at the top are at the top because of those eliminations. Like, even if you look at Mani's team, like 8 eliminations, 12, 7, like they're almost getting to the double digits every single game. And well, it's just, you gotta believe in those skills. There are some teams too that, like, I kind of call it the pacifist run, but it's a very valid and sound strategy that's very minimal risk. And if, yeah, you're not going for much action, and that could fall you out of the rankings, but so far the pacifist run has worked out, as long as you actually survive, because that's the important part. Because if you don't get kills and you die early, then you're really cooked for being alive in this qualification.
Team Ollie, they're going to choose to camp up around the launch pad, fixated just a little bit east of Brawler's Battleground. In fact, they'll even opt to take it instead. They want to look for a quick rotate. They want to look for a point of contention. CC Nugget, though, eliminated outright. They went looking for a fight and they found it, but Kanari knows this is a bad news bear situation. She's trying to do what she can to provide some backup support here, but AZ Hillside Tunnel can claim lives when you least suspect it to, and it just seems like they were completely caught off guard by another team who might have also just been situated. I'm thinking it might have even been Rylan, Pixie, and Dolo that they encountered, because that's their initial drop, is hanging out over by the Hazy Hillside.
They already have a mythic, but the shotgun is not going to be as good at range, so sometimes another team is just going to be better equipped than you are. But Crash Out knows that she, or female clicks, knows that she has to make up for that. And when you only have 2 versus 3 people, you're not going to get as many eliminations, and you're obviously going to be a lot weaker. So Crash Out and friends will look like they were ready to pressure, but they are just going to take a second to gather themselves.
They want to go for the reboot, but that reboot band could definitely draw some attention. It is incredibly loud. Granted, it was successful. CC Nugget has been brought back into lobby number 4. And now it's all about just refarming out her mats, refarming out some of her loot. Hopefully, with the assistance of her teammates, she'll be able to acquire a little bit better than this great green loadout she's currently rocking. But all weapons, no shield. At least she has the Slurp Cacti nearby that she can sort of camp for a moment to at least recuperate up to 200 health.
Oh, look at this perch that Lily has. This is cool, and now it's open to any direction, so they could decide where they want to go. They could spot rotations, and this early in the game, I don't know whether you want to call it lucky or unlucky to find someone else, but straight into a bunker and see what we get here.
Well, the weapons bunker just opened up since we are in 3rd zone, so they're going to take their time. Wouldn't be surprised if they opt to utilize that weapons mod bench. Maybe get some scopes onto some of the items that they're utilizing already and upgrade as is. From a green to blue Thunderburst SMG here for Lily, as Ferrara trying to decide what she wants as far as her weapon mod attachments are concerned. But this is going to put Ferrara's team into probably the best position that we've seen them in so far today. I mean, we haven't really seen them make it out of that first zone in the first place. They've just kind of been contesting everybody as they've been sort of forced to just take their odds landing wherever they think could bode well for them in a match. Again, they don't really have a established drop spawn, and that's why it's left them in this sort of wanderer position.
Yeah, I know if Fenley played in, or Rip Rara too, played in Qual 1 and took time to find another team, didn't play in Qual 2, so this is their last swing at a chance to cash in that ticket to the championship. And if Fenley played in Qual 2 and placed 23rd, I believe, so they want to rise above that, obviously. And now that they're all suited up, they got masks, they're ready to rotate and get out of the storm. And it's trickle damage, but maybe you're less likely to be around someone else. And as I say that, there's another team nearby, and Ra just got downed. And this is a spot I don't think she could be saved in. And that's where Virus, now that she has a team, they could become a real threat to this lobby.
This is so tough. Riprar, they finally make it into that weapon bunker. They finally get a chance to upgrade their loadouts, and she is just taken out. And the worst part still, Jade, Grace Jolie, Virus, they're not even going to stick around. They know the damage bin's done. They got Riprar, they got what they were after, aka some surge damage. Now they just want to get a move on, because as you can tell, those pre-established surge bases off in the distance, Chris, she's taken notice that there might still be a team lingering inside one of them. This Virus, though, she's going to opt, utilize Mending Machine just to get some white HP back, and for good reason. I mean, again, they spotted out that surge base on the hill east of their current position. They know it could be a moment's notice before they get crash padded onto or whatever else may come their way, and they don't want to stick around to find out.
Team Murder here. I'm going to say Team Murder. I don't remember who the captain was because it just sounds really intimidating. But they made it far into the last game and just got crunched in the end when resources got low and they didn't have time to heal back up. But man, now this is a much better position. Of course, this is so early in the lobby compared to last time, but they could be spotting Virus's team get up this hill. So Virus and friends gotta book it, because now Team Murder, it's in the name, they're trying to take this team out, but this is so far away. Now that the structures are up, you're getting them to waste mats, I guess, which is fine. You've also exposed the fact that you're up here, but who's really gonna challenge them?
Now, there isn't really anybody close that could look to punish them just yet. It'll be more so once they actually start to make their rotation inwards. They've given a good heads up to teams in the area which direction they're actually approaching from, so they could find themselves getting held on the edge of zone, which would prove to be a difficult situation for, I think, even some of our more seasoned teams competing here today. One of them being Adapting Amber's squad, as Florina, Rin, Amber, they've all fixated on separate angles. Rin even getting a little hot mark down. There's some other ladies that she spotted like this angle too from Blurina. She's got her body relatively covered despite having a massive wall opening to just kind of peek out from. She's gonna close that edit off and opt to just sit back. Might be hoping that some of these other teams surrounding them actually engage first, and that'll be the prime opening for them to then begin spraying their additional opportunities for some surge tags. But Blurina from up above and behind, absolutely doused with spray damage. Lost all of her shields entirely. The other team might even be keying her, and she's trying to create space right now. She knows she's got to extend these boxes a little bit further out.
Got a crash pad, but we'll see how she gets out of this one. I was wondering when this was gonna happen. I saw a lot of purple arrows on her, but this is how. Well, in the wilderness of the snow, you can try to be evasive through the trees. Now, Team Rose at the top, or Team Manny, they were in second in the rankings, and that is a tough team to go up against. Even Amber's team is so well respected in this community. I'd hate to see any of them drop out this early in the game, although I don't think it would affect their points too much with how consistent they've been. Inspire, though, putting down some consistent damage into these builds. And now where did these targets escape to? Lily tried to go into the river away from her team and almost got down, and I think eventually Fred found the target. So we're down to 26 teams.
At this point, it looked like that was just Lily hoping that she could buy enough time for these teams to rotate out and away so she could look for a reboot ban opportunity onto Riprara, but that dream has definitely been cut short. It's Team Inspire pushing forward. And again, you have to remember there are some elevation shifts as we pull more towards this northeast side of the map, and once the mountains become more of a introduction factor, it could pose some serious difficulties for teams that are a little bit later to the party. Bread already coming under some fire. And she doesn't want to find herself in a similar position to what we just witnessed happening to Team Amber, where you spend all your time looking forward, you forget about the teams that might be behind you or to the side and in higher elevation. But this is the final member of Team Rip-Rara. Down and out for the count now, so Team Rip-Rara officially eliminated from lobby number 4.
That's rough. We still think they're a super strong team, but that is an early exit to say the least. And it's just really good team play out of Inspire's team to just protect each other and to know when to recall when you're kind of dispersing away, getting information, being aware of the area to come back when a fight ensues. You don't want to be too far from your teammates. I'm seeing Kat on top of a mountain, by the way. Talia's gonna make her way up there, but really is queen of the hills sometimes, because owning a power position like that, and as the zone pulls this direction, that could be a spot that a lot of teams want to fight for, but how you approach it is so difficult. Can you really sneak up on a team that has eyes and ears everywhere, it feels like?
You would be surprised. It definitely happens more than you would think, but also you have to remember one of the issues that can be involved with holding down that much height is if the zone actually pulls more towards the base of that mountain, you've got a long ways down to go. And a lot of congestion that can take place in the low ground as well, which is only going to pose even more of a threat because the pre-existing builds, you never know when a solo or even just a duo might be kind of crouched up in a corner, just hoping that they can slide by unnoticed for some additional placement points. So yeah, I think the mountainous zone pools tend to be some of the more tiresome to deal with, because if you invest too soon as well into establishing height control, you might find yourself running way too thin on material to actually maintain it throughout the course of a match.
24 teams left. This is now the bottom of the rankings, really trying to pull through and have a deep run into this game 4. And with the zone kind of settling in, this is where the surge threshold could come into play, and being only 240 above, I don't know how comfortable you would be, but this would stress me out. I would need to be in the 4 digits before I go horizontal in my chair.
I would want at least like 500 above, because 500 above means you can at least focus on the next 1 or 2 rotates without having to be too concerned. But 215 above, I mean, that could disappear in one exchange, right? So we're talking about the 4-digit threshold, nearly,
I like this one.
1,800, almost hitting the 2K mark here for female clicks, and 7 eliminations as well. So a nice recovery has certainly taken place since we initially saw CC getting knocked way earlier on in this match, and they are headed straight for the high ground. Ample amounts of nitro splashes as well that Kanari is holding on to, but they are cranking up, up, and up. It is full rampage to try and beat everybody else to the top of this mountain, and female clicks might just be the first one to approach the zip line, but even higher up the zip line, looks like a team had already taken it and based up there on the very tip top of the mountain. But female clicks, she just wants control in an isolated territory. She's gonna slide a little bit further down south of the mountain face, but again, gets clipped in the process.
The Cats team was the one who were the, quote, queens of the hill, and you're wondering where that zone was going to be pulled. Now more towards the mountain. Now teams are starting to get really aggressive for this position. And if Team Female Clicks still has all 3 alive, everybody better watch out. If they get another first place, I don't even know who's going to be able to dethrone them in terms of points, because that buffer is going to get out of control, and they'll just get even closer to the $25,000 prize pool, at least getting out to the top of that. Now, CC and friends at the top, Cat right down below, and right at the edge of the storm. But with being such above the surge threshold, they can kind of just shoot fish in a barrel. They don't have to engage if they don't want to, but they know they can take these fights.
So really clean elimination there for female clicks. CC Nugget continuing to hold down these height angles. They've got a really wide scope of where everyone else is currently situated in this lobby. They're just gonna wait for their perfect moment. Flowberry Fizz and a crash pad. That should launch them straight towards front side of this next zone. And sure enough, they might even be able to essentially hot drop onto some unsuspecting players. These ladies maybe not anticipating this far rotate that Female Clicks was able to accomplish here off the back of that crash pad. But now, Female Clicks recognizing more than enough builds, tries to get greedy with the peak, but quick drop and pick up of that Machinist Medallion. It's only going to ensure that she recuperates those shields no problem.
And how do you go from a bottom, or like a bottom layer like this, a low ground position, to being only having 270 wood and low on metals? Dolo and the team, Aya Pixie and my wild card. This is the unexpected. When it's chaos like this, who is going to be looking at you? Sometimes if you just don't move, if you just stay quiet, they'll forget you're there, right? But if they get engaged on at all, that could be the end of Aya Pixie's team in game 4. And choosing what is the window that you want to rotate towards that next zone. Do you want to be the last one, the first one, or just hope to tarp your way and hope for the best? But we'll go and check in on that second place team, shredding through AFK's build, but also having so many teams nearby. You almost got to go cross-eyed with how much you're paying attention to right now.
Definitely a head on a swivel situation as Rose, John, Monty, they're all trying to keep tabs on separate angles. Player drops through the court straight into their box. Doubt that that's what they were anticipating to run into. It's 3 ladies sitting at the bottom, but that's the problem with going for a risky layer switch. You get so caught up in all the shots ringing out around you, it's hard to keep tabs on what might be in front of you instead. And it's Team Rose one more time looking to get another elimination. They've got the knock onto Vona, and they're going to keep trying to break through some of these pre-existing builds. Monty has found an opportunity to tarp through this low ground, trying to hang more towards the edge as well. Doing a decent job at sticking more towards that front side, but zone catches up quickly.
And bonus team just making, I think they all got knocked out at this point, and they were sitting at 6th in the rankings, so they've been just so consistent. And now the zone's being pulled and everyone has to go through the water and through these structures, and there's almost 2 islands as people are still trying to tarp their way through. And look, Rose is so low on mats and low on health. Monty is down and Verse is about to join them. Rose is hoping to just outlive maybe 1 or 2 more teams to really maximize their points. It just turns and burns on Bina 180 and deals with the scraps, but eventually Rose goes down and they'll finish at about 8th place.
Yeah, currently we see Diana. She's trying to do what she can, hold down the low ground. She's trying to do what she can to even hold her walls, period. But she won't get the chance. Immediately shut down in the lobby. And it's all down to Ali. Try and sit tight, but she's not going to be able to break through. Just too much congestion, too many players skirting through these low ground builds. Kay, Daya, Kiana, they've managed to go unscathed so far in the low ground, but just as I say that, Kiana picked off. Doesn't get a chance to close off the wall in time, but there's no hope for Daya and Kay to try and pick her up. They've got to keep pressing forward. That medkit, though, sitting on top of Kiana's body. So painful for Kay that she didn't get a chance to add it to her arsenal here. She's got 3 medkits to work with at least, though. If she can hold this isolated position, she might be able to just play them out exclusively for placements. She might get at least 1, make that 2 additional placements just off of the medkit plays, but very familiar sight. Kanari, CC Nugget, and Female Clicks. Everyone just so battled out of this one. But Kanari, CC, and Female Clicks, they had so much HP to work with in comparison to the rest of the lobby that this is just going to be another victory royale that goes their way. Their 3rd one of the day. We've had 4 lobbies so far here today, and 3 of them, that is some insane control that Team Female Clicks has currently right now.
Just their mechanics are next level, the decision making too, and they are fragging like crazy. At least 10 eliminations as our scoreboard is being updated, and they'll reach the 300 plus point area, and the next closest is at 250. Like the talent on display is actually insane.
Yeah, I think that right now the conversation is less about overtaking first place and more about getting into the top 14 in the because again, as these matches continue to dwindle, as lobby number 5 rolls around the corner, that's where you start to see I think some of the desperation measures come into effect in teams that have been sitting just outside that top 14. They're very likely to start trying to either crank it up a bit, and sometimes that could play spoiler to our teams that are just barely managing to withstand maintaining that 14th and higher position.
And that's where the real scrap is going to start happening between that 14th and lower, because it's 68 points for 14th right now, and 21st is sitting at 37. So it gets a real jump. I think there's at least 3 teams that are within 10 points of that last qualification spot. So now that there's only 2 games left, oh, this is getting stressful.
Yeah, I mean, well, time will tell what's going to happen next. We've already talked about the fact that Female Clicks is first on leaderboard, but we'll get an update as to where everybody else stands. And also keep in mind, we're going to come right back after this quick break. But guys, stay tuned, because in the chat, we do have those V-Bucks giveaways happening. So maybe get a little piece of the pie there. We'll see.
and welcome back everyone to the Milk Cup featuring Fortnite presented by Gonna Need Milk. If you guys are just joining us for the first time, welcome. We're glad that you are here. We have 33 incredible Fortnite teams, I almost said players, representing the best of the very best of the women in Fortnite. And we're going through 6 games right now. We just wrapped up 4, which means that we only have 2 more left before we can find out the top 14 teams that are going to move forward into the LAN. Now, of course, there has been a shining star, if you will, out of a trio, and that would be Female Clix's team, Lemon Kiwi. And once again, they grab the Victory Royale.
They're just so good, but also their trap spot, they're always having like at least 1 mythic on them, and they get a medallion. I mean, take your pick. They could probably just kill everyone with a medallion if they wanted to. They got away with 10 eliminations, so an extra 20 points, I believe, if not more, as I'm waiting maybe for more eliminations to get
I think
registered.
it was 16 at the end. It was ridiculous.
Oh my god. See, they must have really fragged at the end, and this is where I think this team really thrives, in that chaos, and this is where that experience comes into play.
If we're talking about chaos, this right here might have been one of my favorite plays. Rose hiding underneath the low build, swimming, and still getting an elim.
Yeah, it's the fact that sometimes some of these ladies just manage to squeak by completely unmonitored. I mean, unless you have that thermal scope out and active, it'd be really hard to figure out, hey, there's a player swimming underneath my floor, but again, I think that even if it might have been successful in clutching another placement or 2, at the end of the day, Female Clix's trio is just seriously throwing up points onto this leaderboard. I mean, 312, Kelly, that's a whole Victory Royale and then some between her trio and second place. And that's not to, disrespect anything else that we've been seeing from some of these other ladies here today, but our top 5 is feeling very locked in, I would say, at this point, for ensuring that they have actually made it. I think we can congratulate these ladies at the very least for their spots on the battle bus in that fall LAN.
Well, it's perfect that you bring that up, because although we have solidified a few teams going to the LAN, Lemon Kiwi, I want to look to the teams on the cusp, that 14th, 15th, 16th spot, where they are so close. Literally just a few eliminations separate them from claiming that top 14.
And that was after a 10th place finish there for Team Mia. Like, they're right on the cusp. They had 5 eliminations at least. So I think 1 good placing and they'll be good. But it's going to come down to these last 2 games. So this is where you really have to play perfect or play your best Fortnite. But to be at the bottom, I couldn't imagine a more stressful position. Something that our Dupes team or Sep's team is no stranger to. And they're sitting at 11th. So they may just dodge the qualification curse that they maybe have.
There is just so much that can happen, so much that we can't predict without watching the game itself. So let's do just that. Game number 5 is ready to go.
And here we have it, Lemon. We're looking at our second to last lobby, game number 5, and we saw a handful of the ladies that were kind of, just struggling to see if they can maintain staying inside of that top 14 on the leaderboard. But for all of our ladies that are sitting outside of that threshold, I think this is where, depending on how far away they are, this is where I would definitely expect the mid games to maybe pick up a little bit more traction, because I'm expecting some of these ladies to just go absolutely nuclear in terms of trying to make up for missed out placement points with some heavy eliminations.
Yeah, you really have to go for it in these last 2 games, especially even if you're in a qualification spot, like from 10th to 14th, it's between 60 to 100 points. It sounds like a big jump, but 1 Victory Royale is 65 points, as Kelly said, and eliminations are 2. So it's anyone's game unless you're in the top 5. You feel pretty locked in at that point. So yeah, these last 2 games are going to be really stressful, and I think even if you don't make the championship, this has been such an incredible opportunity to be part of the female Fortnite community and to meet other people and to be on a show like this. It's so awesome.
Yeah, and I think especially I have to give a huge commending factor to the ladies in the scene that have been throwing together lobbies for our women to get some good practice going. I know Peach even hosted a handful of scrim opportunities for the ladies to participate in. And I mean, again, it just goes to show how above and beyond Peach is regularly doing things for and not just the women in the Fortnite community, but I think just in the scene as a whole. And she's not the only one by any means. I know Emperor, we saw her setup tour earlier on. And I mean, I think we were all a little bit jealous of some of the goods that she was able to acquire over time. But I think it's just really cool whenever you see ladies in the scene taking it upon themselves to try and level the playing field as much as possible, try and provide an avenue for these women to have those inclusive scrim opportunities.
Yeah, I'm with Peach Cobbler that I want to see more setups because women are so aesthetic too. Like all the colors are matching. There's cute
Just
lights.
don't show mine.
Okay, well, you are the exception. Maybe me as well. I don't have the cutest one. But you know, that's what a green screen is for. You can have whatever background you want. So if you want the fix-all, get yourself a green screen.
Yeah, but my problem though is that like I prefer background aesthetics. I mean, how else am I supposed to show off all my like Weebery posters? But I haven't had a chance to put up any of my prints. I've been rocking green screen lifestyle, but that's neither here nor there. Brawler's Battleground on the horizon, but more importantly, Becca gets a good tag out of Anna. An even exchange currently here as Sailor with the hammer. She's got to seal the deal on this one, otherwise it's lights out for her trio. Crouching in circles, but she can't get the piece connect that she needs. So Coda will manage to confirm a successful revive here onto Glitter Gun, but they might still be entering the thick of it as another team comes in and Glitter Gun, she just popped up and is already put back down.
That's so annoying. And then GG's to Skylar's team too, who were sitting in 18th in the rankings, and to drop out this early, this late into the event is a heartbreaker. I don't even know how the math works, and thankfully I'm not paid to do that, but we will look at now another team being cleaned up. Loser Beam saying goodbye to them, to the one of our, well, Victory Royale teams of Liz and Beacon, who's the only other team other than Female Clix's team to take a Victory Royale, so keep an eye on them.
I'm just surprised at the fact that there is this much action taking place at Research Rock. Typically, you might see like one or two teams located here looking to duke it out, but this has just been a non-stop battle, and it just keeps delivering as well. Liz with a full elimination onto Savvy. Begs the question, where's the rest of her trio? And in fact, they might be on the full side retreat here. And Liz, she's gonna waste no time. She's trying to pursue these extra elimination points. Ronaldo's got 2 as well. She could look to follow with the launch pad instead. She's gonna keep trying to get some tags in for finally giving chase. But they might even be interrupted, and sure enough, Ronaldo spotted out the fact, yeah, we kind of let that one sit for a little bit too long. She might have been expecting to have knocked that final player out of the air with the thermal scope off the combat assault rifle, but just couldn't get those last shots to connect.
It's such a risk, right? Taking these launch pads. I mean, well, you're really testing the mechanical skill of any player nearby, basically playing Duck Hunt instead of Fortnite. And so I don't know how many times you really want to launch yourself in the air and be that exposed. But they decide against it, go for the safer play, because like we said, there's 2 more games left, and dropping in 30th place would be the death nail if you're anywhere below the top 10. Well, we'll go check in with Ava, who is sneaking up on another team to their north, who clearly has their attention set elsewhere.
Again, his landmark cemetery currently not a safe zone, as Kiera quickly finds out it's not just the team we're looking at that's nearby. Whether or not she was able to gauge the direction that Ava applied those shots is practically irrelevant, because Ava just continuing to crouch around. Bina's got to be careful though. She looks to come and provide backup, but Ava, she might get what she's looking for. Could be possible for that team to wrap around this hillside here on the cemetery, but instead they're gonna opt to try and push the team that they were originally aiming for in the first place. As Inspire, Mona, Bread making their way out of Lavish Lair. It's only a matter of time before they encounter some of these ladies that were sitting on the northern side of the map.
Well, my knife doesn't work against rocks like this, so I'm kind of jealous. Don't know what you
most
rocking
don't.
with. Most knives should not work
I think
against
most
the
don't.
rock.
They shouldn't.
The other favorite melee weapon I saw was just like a stick. And a stick that's just breaking down metal walls. Those are like my two favorite ones. Like, I'm not as experienced in Fortnite as y'all, so some of this really makes me laugh. But hey, you got plenty of time to laugh when you're this far away from everyone else. And the zone is pulling to the south, but nothing to really worry about but to live your life.
Yeah, on that note, I actually am a really big believer in drip or drown scenarios. And I do feel like I've noticed a trend with you know, ladies that have the heat outfits on and like, you know, the cooler pickaxes versus not.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm not telling them, hey, you know, hop on to 5 burner accounts like I've done to enter in the V-Bucks giveaway chat. But I do think that, you know, you look good, feel good, play good. That's always been my motto.
No, and there's some teams that don't even all have matching skins. I'm not even going to call that out. I would just let them work with the disadvantage of you're not going to maybe recognize a teammate in the heat of the moment. I've pumped a bunch of bullets into a friend in another game thinking they were someone else. But these are pros, and these are some of the most talented female Fortnite players that we have. And this is the 3rd qualifier, so again, there is a lot of good players going to that championship for a huge prize pool. And we're looking at one of the wildcard teams that Kelly was looking forward to watching. Someone put a wall right in front of that, and that's really BM. But hey, it doesn't stop this team.
Not really going to be the deterrence factor there for Kitsy. She powers through. And yeah, I think as far as our North American competition is concerned for the women's scene, the competitive Fortnite, I think it's been really cool, again, just trying to see the way that these ladies choose to try and elevate each other's play styles. And I do think as a whole we have seen a pretty substantial improvement as far as the varying skill levels that we had kind of initially been able to sort of figure out from our earlier qual versus now. Like, if you compare that first lobby qual to this one, I do think that these ladies, particularly the ones that are hanging more towards the top 5 of that leaderboard, a lot of them could have definitely been, if they were in these current trio forms, really strong contenders as well in that first lobby of quals. And there were some real heavy hitters. So yeah, I think a lot of these North American ladies they've done a phenomenal job essentially at just utilizing everything around them to continue trying to build upon their own game playing styles.
And this, you talk about the North American competition. That's such a good point that Europe and other regions house also incredible talent that we haven't, or at least I haven't gotten to see a whole lot of. So I'm hoping we'll get maybe an international milk championship or a World Cup of milk. I don't know, a World Milk Cup. I don't know, but hey, we're getting ideas down. I saw you guys in chat be really excited to see more of this. So let Milk know that you want to see more female Fortnite action. But for now, we're away from the action because this is the peaceful part of the game.
Yeah, I think the mid game you can kind of expect that like calm before the storm behavior. We saw a couple of earlier skirmishes than what we've kind of been expected to encounter in the early game. And again, that's sort of just the way that things usually get mixed up. Teams are trying out different drops. Teams are trying to just key a little bit more heavily to get those early eliminations, so they can have more luxurious rotates later on since they have more surge damage to work with. But I do think, you know, kind of scoping out of this competition and focusing more on what the Milk Cup has been able to accomplish in the space, not just in Fortnite, but I think it is so cool just having such a massively inclusive competitive space to really inspire women everywhere to pursue these avenues of competitive play as a whole. And I think as well it could be a really big doorway to kind of open up for, you know, other places elsewhere to sort of recognize, hey, there are so many women that would love to step into the competitive scene, the competitive world, they just need a little bit of a helping hand.
Hey, a $25,000 qualifier is like such a huge helping hand, along with, $250,000 championship. No big deal. The biggest one we've seen in female Fortnite. So we have the Storm on the chase behind Verse, and this is the second place team in the rankings, with the team just at arm's reach. In Fortnite, you're maybe not going to see them really interact. It's very pacifist as this time of the game, because if you choose to engage, you open yourself up to also losing it. And I mean, we've seen every team, even some of the best, lose a third member to a fight that maybe they hit off more than they could chew. But for now, no big engagements, as the zones are going to force them to engage.
Times could change very soon here, though, for Team Mani. Keep in mind, they are our only team realistically within striking range of first place, and you can believe they've still got that on the back of their minds. Right now, Belataco, Brawler's battleground, seemingly their safety net, but even with the slurp cacti surrounding them, they've still got to first be able to box up in a safe position, and they're actually opting for a more dead side approach. So have to wonder if they were able to actually secure enough surge damage earlier on to make this dead side rotate much more viable. But if they did get those tags, they could definitely set themselves up for a really strong position for the later stages of this mid game.
Oh, Cora, I should say, getting knocked and now fully eliminated by Female Clix's team. That's a tough one to go out on this early in the lobby. And we were kind of surprised at how maybe slower or more peaceful the first two games were. And now we're really feeling like people are going to take big risks and go for the big plays in these last two games to maximize their eliminations, to creep up on those qualification spots. But I think it's going to come down to the next couple of zones. The Loot Island also in front. So yeah, I see Maddie and friends kind of scoping out the area to see who would really go for that, or Rift Island, I should say. But it's got loot on it. And now that Maddie has dashes, she could really try to threaten this area.
At the same time, though, Maddie probably prefer to be able to hold on to those underworld dashes for rotates later on in this lobby. They can be such a valuable resource to depend on, especially if you come under heavy fire. You can just basically get a get out of jail free card with these underworld dashes. But the Rift was always the intent here. Maddie, Sparkles, and AFK continue to move closer and closer towards Mount Olympus. Bush checks mandatory at this stage. You don't want to go out to anything as silly as a team just camping inside of a bush, catching you off guard, especially considering that Team Maddie has been in a relatively strong position on the leaderboard all day.
And that's consistency is key, and having those one-off games is totally fine. And it's like Female Clix's team, that one-off game is what, like second, or it ended up being third place, I think, that time. So now overlooking as Jade hearing some fire maybe at a distance and a team crossing to their right. But is that a moment to strike? Because you don't want to just shoot targets that are running across. You got to choose the moment where you're really sure you're gonna hit it. And if you don't hit that target, well, now they know where you are. And so is everyone else in the area. So sometimes being elusive and biting your tongue, so to say, is a better move.
Yeah, but as far as Jade's concerned, she wants a little bit more tag damage. They're only 250 above. They know they need
that's true.
more. They're sitting in a relatively comfortable position for the time being, but as these women on top of the Rift Island opt to utilize the launch pad or the Rift sitting at the bottom of that island, it's going to dwindle the amount of opportunity that Ms. Virus' trio actually has to try and secure some additional damage here. When you look at who she's shooting at, Female Click, CC Nugget, and Canary, no surprise to me, at least, Lemon, that these three are currently in full control of Rift Island, and they look like they're just going to keep exchanging this Machinist Medallion. All of them fully healthy as far as their shield situation is concerned, but with the Flowberry Fizz, it's only going to extend the amount of ground they can actually cover. They glide through the skies, and no one seems to be taking note of where they're at either. Too high up.
Yeah, I was worried that, you know, being that far up makes you a pretty vulnerable target, but everyone's more worried about getting away. And now that CC has landed, firing into Leafa's team, and this is the Pacifizer on team I was low-key cheering on, but I don't know how far they can run and how fast they can. Leafa is getting trapped in and gets knocked out by Canary, and the rest of the team will fall shortly, but Rose just got knocked, and there's Verse as well. Our number 2 team is in trouble.
And that's part of the problem when you start to move towards this shifting elevation terrain. Mount Olympus can be rather brutal as far as zone pools are concerned. You see ladies posted up, very tip tops of some of those mountain faces. But female Clicks, she doesn't seem like she's particularly threatened. Apparently, more than anything else, it seems like she's just trying to scope out how long will it take me to get from A to B, because you can tell this is a trio that is hungry for eliminations. They've only got 5 so far, arguably one of their lower elim counts at this stage all day today. And it's not because they haven't been trying, it's just the flaming boost hoops that some of these other teams have been opting for. Oh man, Hyper dropping. And that's a desperate play as a result. Being tagged up by that Storm Surge.
Yeah, and that's Aya Pixie's team, one of our wildcard picks, who was sitting at 21st place in the rankings, and the drop in the 30th place area in this game is gonna be a killer. But you said it right, the Surge forced them to act, and just unfortunately that the person they had to fight is one of the best teams we have here. And look at them literally bulldoze the competition, bulldoze every wall in their way. Female Clicks' team is just simply too good. And then sharing is caring. I like how they're passing the medallion around. They got tons of loot too. It's such a solid position. Anyone in their way is gonna get wrecked.
They just get to conserve so much of their shield resources because of that Machinist Medallion. Spinor approaching from behind. Ivy, unfortunately, on the receiving end. She gets eliminated, but still only 2 eliminations in tow, and yet 428 above that damage threshold. So Sailor Natch Trio's definitely been getting active enough, but now their next issue lies in making sure that they can actually traverse across the center of the zone. Still playing a little bit more towards the outskirts of it, but again, they're in a position right now where it's only a matter of time, it seems like, before female Clicks encounters them.
Now, bunkering down, the zone's getting pretty small. 500 above the threshold there. For the surge threshold of Maddie, who's been a top competitor in these qualifiers. We're fully expecting her to make the top 14, but let's see how much of a dent into the points she can make in both a positive and a negative way, depending on how this engagement goes against Bread and her team on the other side of this build, as Maddie hopes to get some height. But as soon as she edits her wall, she's discovered where she could maybe find a way to close the gap and could maybe even hear them get closer. So she starts to wall back up and hopes to find a moment where she sees them running out, maybe into the open. But they're also just trying to get into a protective zone, maybe even splitting up to get angles around.
Problem though for Team Inspire is, I think Team Maddie knows it. If they're shooting at us this aggressively, they're likely low on Surge. So they don't need to take any unnecessary risk when they're well above that damage threshold. They're just trying to fixate more so on where they want to approach for their next rotation. They're just trying to stay aware of the fact that they've got Team Inspire that could be flanking them. We talk about flanks. Liz completely catches Lorena off guard, but she's got to keep it moving. She needs to get into this next zone stat because the traffic is coming in heavy. And Liz, She's going to be forced to pause, but that pause might just be her demise because now the team's already established on the high ground. They're looking back, they're looking below, and they are taking shots at everybody. Still late to the party here. Ronaldo going to get credited for at least one of those eliminations onto Blarina, but her team tatters. She is the sole survivor after that last rotate.
And that's the risk of rotating so late to that zone and getting shot in the back. They were hoping to get over that hill. That would have been the safe zone. Now Ronaldo has to do it all by herself with 18 teams left. No shields, no health, just hope and cope. And now nothing. Ronaldo's team will go out at around 18th place. So now we'll concentrate on Female Clix's team, who have already found a lot of height, are looking down on a lot of builds, spotting Allie's team and how low they are. They're hemorrhaging at the seams. And with you look at the kill feed, and it's all Female Clix's team. They are racking up the most amount of eliminations by far in our tournament.
I'm starting to think they may have heard me earlier on when I was like, come on guys, only 5? Because sitting pretty now at 12 eliminations. Trying to tally up some more. Canary just beaming with this mythic hand cannon. Big part of the reason why they like to head to Rift Island in the first place. They like to have control of that mythic hand cannon. It's available up there. Female Clix pausing for a moment. Ate some tags in return while she was shooting at Team Maddie, but she knows they can make this real challenge for the high ground. CC Nugget already kind of poised in that secondary height layer, and they're going to continue to start trying to push up now. It's the floors underneath AFK that they've got to worry about. They might get chopped here. They might get pressured without even realizing it.
This is literally a crazy game of the floor is lava. We'll see what Kiana's team can do, sitting near the top, not only in the game, but also in the rankings, in 3rd place against the other top teams. They have all been so consistent. Now Canary looks down at Leah. Her teammates are a little bit lower, but maybe diversifying what layer you're working on creates so many additional threats. And now just trying to get the lineup on Eternity is a lot easier said than done with how mobile everybody is being and with how many structures are in the way. But now crossing over, now that they're the team on the highest layer, they don't have to worry about anyone else. They've overtaken, they are the queens of the hill, and they could come out with another win if these teams are not careful.
No one's even going to bother looking up, but at the same time, Team Female Clix, they want more. They're still in control of height as well. They've just now overtaken front side of zone. And again, it's probably only a matter of time before Female Clix opts to drop. She's going to go for the refresh onto Maddie. We saw Team Female Clix eliminate AFK earlier on. But more importantly still, everyone else just scrambling around the low ground. No one with any real opportunities to try and chop height. And even still, even if they wanted to, Team Female Clix, they've just got so much material because they have so many eliminations. They've been getting very consistent map refreshes. So they are in a very safe position, and all of this metal being expended. Female Clix just feeling so confident right now in their position on the high ground.
And Kiana and Dea are just hoping to stay alive as long as they can. They may not be able to climb in the layers too much, but it's maybe just gonna be about getting through these walls and who could be on the other side, get a surprise kill. Because man, they could use health, they could use materials, and they got a random knock onto Shadow Slayer, who I know their team was in the 18th place area. So this is a big game for them. And now that they're fully eliminated, they'll have to settle with that score. Dea flying in, has her shield cracked down to 24 HP, and now Geld, it's up to Kiana to keep the rally going. But no longer, we have our top 5.
What a massive discovery, though. I don't even know if Female Clix is going to opt for it. That was 3 med kits that Daya just gets eliminated before she even gets a chance to pop even one of them. CC Nugget now going to provide a little bit of backup here for her teammate. Some traction picking up in these mid-low ground layers, but CC Nugget just shooting through the cracks. Seb eliminated just for trying to survive. trying to stay crouched unseen in the low ground. Kanari gonna crank back up to height. Position we've already seen this team hang out all game long. It is just Inspire that they're currently trying to hunt out. Female Fix has found her. Inspire trying to do what she can. 1 HP and a dream, but Female Click still gets the job done. Now, only a singular player remains. It's Ardu down to her final medkit. She doesn't get a chance to even respond. CC Nugget, Kanari, and Female Clicks win yet another lobby, make it 4 for 5 on the day.
You see all the structures just in the air. That's all them. They got to dictate that whole map in that last zone in the end, but still a very good second place finish too from our Dupes team, who was in 11th. And I said they had this qualification curse because they missed out 2 times being that close, and this could get them 1 spot closer to that championship. But like you said, even in the green room, I think it's going to be less about trying to dethrone first place, but just trying to get into that top 18 or top 14.
Yeah, and I think for Team Seb, they're probably incredibly happy with the fact that our dupe lasted as long as she did. I mean, confirming that second place, that is a good chunk of placement points that they were just delivered, and considering they were sitting right around 11th, I believe, that is going to be a massive boon. They could not have picked a better time to come online. It's not about how you start, but how you finish, and for some of these ladies, that is certainly ringing true.
And speaking of the big finish, our conclusion is coming up very soon. We have 1 more game yet to go. But before that, we got to throw to a break. But that means you guys get to, well, maybe get some milk, maybe enter in our V-Bucks giveaway. We have some very secret QR codes that maybe have some V-Bucks attached to it. You may want to check that out. But also check out what we have coming next. We'll see you soon.
welcome back for the final time here at the Milk Cup featuring Fortnite, brought to you by Gonna Need Milk. We have wrapped up game number 5, the penultimate game, which means that just one more game stands between our 33 teams and the 14 slots that we have available to the Milk Cup LAN later on this year. And of course, once again, we have the 4th win, the 4th victory royale from our team of female cliques.
I'm starting to believe, Kelly, that unless some of these other ladies step up to the plate, and even if they do, I don't know, man. It just feels like Team Female Cliques has been so on point throughout the course of tonight's games. The only time we did not see them win out the lobby, and we even saw a huge shift in the dynamic of how the lobby played out in general, because I believe Female Cliques, she was factored out of the game from right around zone 5 or 6, I believe, back in game or lobby number 3. And yeah, from that point on, it becomes much more difficult, I think, to play as a duo situation there for CC Nugget and whatnot. But I still am just very impressed by what they've been able to accomplish here.
I definitely agree. And speaking of impressed, 421 points is the current first place of Female Cliques' team. Behind them, though, it is 77 Manny, and that is, oh god, I'm terrible with math. I don't know, 160 point difference between the two of them. That is quite a bit of distance. Speaking of a little bit of distance, I'm noticing as well, Lemon Kiwi, that 14th and 15th have a bit of separation as well.
Yeah, you're pretty in a comfortable spot-ish if you're in the top 4 for sure, but anything below that, oh, it is contested, because even a 2nd and 3rd place could be swapped, and that's a difference of money for sure. 6 points separates Team Mani to Team Kiana after what we saw last time. So I think the Team Mani had an unfortunate 19th finish, 19th place finish in the last game, which kind of hurt their chances. And then on the other end, Kiana's team got a top 6 finish, so that shot them up in the score. So I'm kind of excited to see how 2nd and 3rd place battle out. Then we also had a tied points at 196 for Team Liz and Team Toxic Cat. So money matters too, and there is just a lot of rankings that are going to be changing in this last game.
Yes, of course, although there is the big prize pool at the LAN, these competitors are still duking it out for the lion's share of the qualifier prize pool as well. And I just want to give a special shout out there to the team in 5th place, Inspire's team. Although she was just a lowly solo player going up against the trio of Female Cliques' team, she was actually able to take Crash Out down to a single 1 HP, Taco. I think that's the first time we saw that today.
Yeah, it really looked like Female Cliques was almost kind of taken aback for a moment. She's like, my HP. Like, she didn't really seem like she was expecting that in the slightest. But again, there's a big reason why we're seeing Inspire's team kind of hang around that top 5 threshold. I mean, currently, I think at 208 points, depending on how this next lobby pans out for Team Maddie, I think realistically 2nd through 5th could all be somewhat interchangeable. These ladies have just got to ensure that they are making it into the late game. You're looking at wanting to basically confirm top 5 placements at a minimum if you want to maintain your current position inside of that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th place respectively on our leaderboard, because again, those ladies are all close enough to each other in points. It really could just take one final dud lobby to shake everything up.
Well, you saying these teams really, like, we're looking to teams making it to the end game. And Lemon Kiwi, I noticed that your pick for your team, our dupe, made it to the end game going for the heal off. Do you think, compared to everyone else going against the aggression of Female Cliques' team, that the heal off is where a lot of our competitors are looking to make their placements?
Well, if you can't shoot them, you could just decide to be friends and decide to just worry about yourself, heal it, and just survive. That's sometimes an important part of Fortnite that people forget about.
Are we going to see more friendships, or will we see foes in this final game of the Milk Cup qualifier number 3? Well, let's get right into it.
Every woman for themselves at this point,
Yeah.
Kelly. I'm expecting complete and total mayhem for our final lobby of the day. We already saw a lot of the early game action heat up rather rapidly in our 5th lobby, at least at a substantially faster rate than I think any of the other games that have taken place earlier today.
For sure. And for anyone just coming by, it's a $25,000 qualifier with 7,500 going for first. And there's quite a breakdown for the rest. And only the top 14 make this championship. And the difference between 14th and 15th right now is about like 30 points, which is nothing. That's a top 8 placement with no eliminations. So the competition is tight, and I'm so excited for this last game.
And already, Kay, Botley, Shadow, looking a little bit more undisturbed currently. All the way north side of the map at Coastal Comms. Last lobby, we saw them under heavy aggression from what felt like 1 or 2 other teams. And that's not something you'd necessarily anticipate, but again, landing at Coastal Comms, you are a little bit more exposed to ladies that might be dropping slightly east over at Breezy Coast, taking the porta potties, closing that gap, getting closer to you. And it's all about how quickly can you loot up at this point.
Yeah, we were even surprised last lobby of kind of how many early fights happened as soon as the drop happened within the first zone. So we saw people really go for it. Even one team just got eliminated. So say bye to Raro too, who did just get knocked. So this is a lot of teams taking the big risks if they're down on points, or even if they're not, even if you're in the 14th place area, you're not necessarily safe.
Yeah, and I think it's also just important to remember that this is the final qual. This 3rd Milk Cup qualifier is all because everybody is trying to solidify their position on the battle bus for that fall LAN to see who walks away with the lion's share of the 250,000 prize pool taking place later on this year. But gotta get there first, after all, Lemon. And Daya, Kay, Kiana, they've certainly looked like some relatively strong contenders here. And they might be able to really, play a little bit of leapfrog here as far as the leaderboard is concerned towards the end of it.
Yeah, I swear I just saw Monty die to fall damage in their kill feed, so we'll see what's going on there. Meanwhile, my wildcard pick here of Aya Pixie is already under fire, but doing pretty okay. Never mind, they just lost Dolo, but has the dust really settled? There's still another player nearby that they're trying to find, and not wanting to waste too much ammunition on this wall. Pumpkin Pie is a little trapped, and hello, that is not the person you wanted to meet on the other side.
Fortunately for Rylan, she still had Aya Pixie right next to her, because that Harbinger SMG, not exactly what you'd want for challenging a player on a wall. Dealing, prefer to have a shotgun, but you get what you get at this one. Beggars can't be choosers. Aya Pixie, nice crash pad play up. And just like that, Rylan and Aya Pixie, they're going to go ahead and confirm that one. But hey, everybody likes a good practice round, okay? That was just a teaser before we really get an opportunity to finish out lobby number 6. Unfortunately, or I should say fortunately, the production team and everybody in support of the Milk Cup, we want to make sure that our competitors are able to compete under the best circumstances possible. And due to the fact that there were some misfortunate disconnects, we are going to be restarting and reforming that lobby. So everybody's going to get back onto even playing ground for this final game of the day.
Well, any oopsies are now forgiven for anyone who fell off the map, or for anyone who encountered just the wrong GigaChat team on the other side of a wall. Not naming names, you'll get another chance. And shout out to all of our players being great sports about this, so we can just make sure we have a really clean final game to make sure we're sending our best 14 teams to this LAN championship for a chance at $250,000. No big deal, but also just an all-female Fortnite LAN is so exciting. I hope you guys will tune in, and make sure you follow Gonna Need Milk on socials to know when, where, and how you can get involved.
You can kind of feel, though, that breath of relief for some of these ladies that maybe had some early departures from that last lobby that we were just in, Lemon. And I think, if anything, though, having a restart of the lobby also means that teams that were potentially looking to try and bamboozle another trio on their drop, well, they might not necessarily want to run it back if it didn't go in their favor the first time.
Yeah, maybe assess that a bit differently. And for anyone who has those flexible drop spots, we'll see if they'll stick to the same one. And man, I wish I could keep track of everybody. There's so many people in this lobby. I wish we could tell the story of every team here, but every girl here has a story, whether they've been an experienced player in the scene for years, or they're just a new and upcoming face, or a team that has reformed for a better chance at the championship. Well, we're doing our best to keep up with all the action, but let us know who you're cheering on in the chat, and if there's any family members too, because that's my favorite part, when like moms and dads show up to support their kids in playing. Let us know if you're here cheering on someone specific, but I obviously am not cheering for anyone besides maybe my wild card, just to say that I'm right, but beyond that, I'm cheering for the best teams, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And hey, if you're also in chat, keep in mind, keep your eyes peeled for some of those V-Buck giveaways that we have taking place. Gonna Need Milk featuring Fortnite for this Milk Cup third qualifier is giving away, I believe, just a little bit more than 80,000 V-Bucks tonight. And granted, this might be some of your last opportunities, guys, to get your hand on some of those V-Buck giveaways that are taking place. So again, just pay attention to the chat. Pay attention to some of the goodies that could be filtering through, because there's a lot of V-Bucks on the line.
Yeah, and if you're maybe a fan of one creator here and you're here checking out the stream and you're like, wow, this other player is actually the GOAT. A lot of our players here are content creators and are streamers, so you can go and check them out. I know some players have different names listed, but you know, Google is a great tool. So please go and support our creators beyond this tournament, because they're going to do a lot of preparation for this big championship, probably the biggest competition of their lives. So a big shout out once again to Gonna Need Milk, Peach Cobbler, Radiant, everyone behind the scenes that have made this happen. We're getting our lobby situated, by the way, so this is where we are filling it with positivities and wholesome stuff to make sure you guys are locked in, because this is it.
Yeah, and while we prepare, we're actually going to take a quick moment to kind of just sit back, wait, make sure that everybody gets situated on the battle bus before they drop into this final lobby. So again, stay tuned, keep your eyes peeled on that chat for those V-Buck giveaways, and we will be right back. just like that, we are back. All of our ladies are just about ready to take their departures from the battle bus for our final lobby on the night. And Lemon, it has been so much fun watching this third and final qualifier of the Milk Cup presented by Gonna Need Milk and Irina. And I think it is just so awesome that we are gonna essentially have full knowledge of which of these ladies are going to be joining everyone else from those first and second qualifiers at that fall LAN.
Yeah, I hope those other teams are taking notes because there is some serious competition here. And we hope you're all enjoying the show and you got to win some V-Bucks to get your favorite skins. And I hope you got my hint about the maybe very secret QR code. I kind of leaked that it had some V-Bucks attached to it. So if you know what I'm talking, if you know, you know. And if you don't, well, that's an L. But we are going to be needing some W's in this last game, especially anyone from 5th to 14th place is still not in a safe position. They have to give it their all.
That's for sure. And not only that, but I think that even the ladies, again, more towards the higher end of the leaderboard, I'm talking specifically Mani and Kiana. Keep it in mind, there was only a 6-point disparity between second and third place, 259 points versus 253. And then not only that, but just slightly behind them, Maddie's team. They are hot on the heels with 222 points. I'm just really excited to see how this all wraps up for second through fifth place.
It's gonna be contested. I mean, we already saw in our kind of quote warm-up lobby how much everyone is close to each other in terms of drop spots and maybe even hot dropping on others, because there's some people who haven't reported what their drop spots are, so you just never know what you're gonna get. So here we go, game 6. Who are our top 14 teams, or who could rise above everyone? I think we're pretty solidified on first place, but like you said, second and third is pretty contested. 6th and 7th is tied, so keep an eye out for your favorite players.
And it's hard not to call it out, right? Because there is a pretty substantial difference as far as the prize pooling is concerned for this qualifier. Keep in mind, $25,000 on the line to be filtered, distributed based on these women's placements inside of that top 14. Right now, we're rejoining. Same overhead view. Okay, Kiana and Daya, though, our third place team currently, as Rebels Roost already getting active. Emily going to be the first one eliminated. Rip Rara actually striking first, and she's not the only one. Ali immediately getting vengeance for her teammate, as Rip Rara is down and out for the count. The full elimination finish as well. Piper and Ali now, they've just got to hunt down the rest of Rip Rara's trio. And then they can look for the reboot ban opportunity onto Emily.
Oh, well, there's a reboot ban right there. But we were also hinting or saying earlier that there's been so many scrims organized by really awesome members of the community, whether it's Peach Cobbler or Emperor or anyone else. So shout out to them, because there's been so much work and preparation put into doing well in this qualifier, because there's so many of these competitors didn't qualify through the first and the second one, so they're here doing their best, really putting it all on the line. So this loot phase, this loot path is going to be important. How quickly you can get set up and ready to get some surge damage going.
Yeah, and I think some other ladies, if we're going to talk about, the scrims action taking place, K-Moore's honorary shout out, as well as Scare. Oh, yeah. I believe even Aya Pixie, I really want to say, Aya Pixie and Girly Bella also, dip their toes into the hosting scrims category for these women to compete in. Again, it's just awesome knowing that these women are all trying to essentially help each other out. The little things like that. But
for sure,
can't be friendly inside of the competition, because again, everybody wants their chance to be inside of that top 14. Leah, Alifa, Ada, again, these ladies, they've been predominantly more fixated on just strong placements, but strong placements alone, it's going to be difficult to come by in this final lobby, because this is where I would anticipate a lot more aggression to start taking place.
And Lifa's team dropped just west of our #1 team of female clicks, so we'll see how calm things will be and what path female clicks' team takes, because if Lifa and friends are not careful, they may just run into some trouble that they may not be able to handle. There's a couple teams in this area, including Virus's team, who marked that they were dropping just west of here. And I think that's about it. But then there's also a lot of people who didn't put their drops down. So it can be, I know that we said the south part of the map is pretty strong.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's not a whole lot of loot to go around. Keep in mind, this is wasteland terrain. It's the desert. So these women are essentially all competing for very limited resources. That's why you see Ada even choosing to try and cake out the interior of some of these homes, trying to get whatever brick she can. But not only that, Nitro Splash going to come into effect. Ada maybe hoping that Sky isolated enough from her team that she could feel comfortable dropping on top of them. Lulu now going to wrap around for support, and Direct, she's just chilling. She's sitting back. She wants to try and provide coverage from a different angle, but Ada knows what kind of advantage she has on the high ground. That Nitro Splash seemingly coming out more so for a pre-chop scenario. But now, after getting those tags applied, she feels comfortable to try and pursue this one even further. Lulu gets way too separated from the rest of her team. She is scrambling to try and stay afloat. It's just not going to be enough. Ada so confident in her push, especially knowing that she had Leah backing her up. And now it's all going to come down to whether or not Leah can win her ones as well. Against Sky, shields fully exposed. Ada just going in for the finishing blow on that elimination.
Oh, yeah, Lifa is gonna take out Sky in that moment, and still pieces of the trio remaining. We still have 32 teams remaining. And yeah, like you said, it's pretty challenging with all the limited resources. Not a lot of trees in the desert, as you would imagine, but these houses, if nobody wants them, that's some great materials. Looks like Ada's and her team have taken out all the teams in the area so they can breathe a little bit, because that got a bit hectic.
You know what though, Direct, I thought she was just hanging back to look for a different angle to provide some cover fire. No, she was hanging back because she tricked Ada and Leah into believing that there were only 2 women actually contesting them there at the Sandy Steps, and because of how well she was able to keep herself covered, she might even be able to get a reboot off and keep her trio's dreams alive here in this final lobby, because they already moved off the area. They had zero idea there was one more player remaining, aside from the fact that they clued into the fact that she was knocked, but maybe they felt like Direct was too far away for it to be worth their time, as Vona takes down Sailor. That's a good elimination to add to the count. 4 points now between Vona and Bread's eliminations, but they need more. They want more. Inspire, not content to be in that 5th place position. 208 points, 4th only at 222. It's realistic that they could overtake it.
Yeah, Vona's team is one that I really respect. They have been so good, kind of flip-floppy a bit, whether they're in kind of the more 15th placings or they're in the top 4. It's kind of one or the other when it comes to Vona's team, because they can be really aggressive in that mid to late game. And now with the mobility, they're gonna race to the next position, maximize that loot. We go and check in with Female Clicks' team, who are pretty peaceful right now.
Yeah, considering that, you know, there's always the mention, limited resources in the southern portion of the map, you wouldn't think so looking at Female Clicks' loadout. 3 Nuka-Colas, the Mythic Combat Shotgun, spotted out a Surge base. Almost expected her to path directly towards it. Instead, she's gonna choose to actually head towards the heart of Restored Reels. It might be Maddie's team that they've got their eyes set on. They want to eliminate any threats the competition might hold, and if they eliminate Maddie, Ruin, they're gonna play spoiler to their odds of overtaking that second place, and sure enough, female clicks. She's found AFK, and Gay, she never had a chance to see it coming. That first knock's gonna clue in the rest of Team Maddie that they're gonna need to look for a bailout or something. They can't afford to stick around in the 2 versus 3.
Oh, now Sparkles is in trouble too, and with Maddie's team and Female Clicks' team facing off just now, it's number 1 versus number 4, and Sparkles just has to live so they can have a chance at the reboot. But man, I don't think Sparkles can get out of this, not with the speed and the tenacity that Female Clicks' team has. But at least Maddie's team, if that is their whole trio there, they're pretty solidified at 222 points. I don't think there's too much of a threat. There's a big 100-point buffer between them and being out of qualification. So, but you know, it could have got them closer to more money. But Female Clicks' team, this is a team on a rampage.
This is a team that is determined to hit double-digit eliminations before we even approach our 5th zone at this rate. 6 elims already, 4 of them being on Canary. And she is just completely wiping out everyone that she comes across. Female Clicks just spearheading. Rotate charge. They are full keying anyone and everyone in their path. Now Ardup, Sep, Donzi. Just saw them. The very strong 2nd place finish. Couldn't have asked for it to come at a better time, because they've essentially solidified themselves in top of the top 14 at this stage. But there's still always that want for more, higher on those leaderboards. As Ardup looking for Ada. Talk about pacifist teams. Ardup, they've spotted out one of them, and they don't want to allow them to escape.
Oh, Leafa is barely covering her tracks, and she can get over that hill. She could be in a safe spot. Then there's also people at a distance, but Leafa is found. And that's a tough position. Man, there's just a lot of aggression early in this game. Team Female Clicks is already taking some height, trying to rotate late out of the storm. Speaking of the storm, they're pretty deep in it right now. And not too close to anyone, but maybe just trying to find some stragglers.
This is exclusively a hunt for dead-side rotators. And unfortunately for Miss Virus, she might just get deleted here if she's not careful. Female Clicks kind of fishing out the fact that, hey, there's pre-existing builds, there's likely a player still lurking around here as well. Again, she's just trying to be quick about her next rotate to the zone, and actually isn't going to stick around for that much longer. She's got the Nuka-Cola at least to replenish her white health, but CC Nugget, Canary, well ahead of where Female Clicks is currently at. She was the real lone straggler of her trio.
Miss Virus gets out alive. We'll see for how long. She was pretty deep into the storm and rotating away from Female Clicks here. So Virus is kind of a lone wolf, speaking of that. So we'll go check in. Oh, might get more of a zoomed out view because close by is Team Nick. And I like that Female Clicks' team is confident enough that they can feel that they split up. Ardup and her team are on the hunt, and right in front is Leah. Just a bit of speed, a couple more dashes at half health, but in the storm, it's just a matter of time. You're only delaying the inevitable, but you're also maybe chunking down Danzy's health, but it's not going to do you any favors. Specifically, we'll be down to still 26 teams.
It's almost a little bit heartbreaking there for Leafa. But at the same time, Leah, Leafa, Ada, they've done a pretty solid job throughout the course of the day in terms of strong placement. So I believe they'll be relatively safe as far as that top end of the leaderboard is concerned. But then again, you just never really want to go out of the lobby before you actually enter the placement threshold for earning points. And at this rate, I think that it's safe to say that Team Female Clicks I mean, I was talking about it, double digits before 5th zone. He might just hit it. Miss Virus, though, has been spotted out. She's got Jade and Chris back with her, though. But the flaming boost hoop bound to be somewhat camped. Teams probably anticipating some of the ladies to approach from these directions. And I don't even know. Miss Virus, fortunately, is going to find some bandages. She couldn't have found them at a better time either. These women are just so scarce on their resources.
And Jade is nearby. Oh, that's a teammate, I think. Thankfully, this is why people have matching skins. See, I would have shot at my teammate right there, but I thought Virus was alone there for a second because she was just like deep into the storm with no one nearby. And sometimes when there's an engagement happening, it's every woman for themselves. But now, late rotating towards the zone, everyone on Miss Virus's team is alive. I wouldn't say healthy, but shields are up. And now noticing the Rift Island above, they're like, okay, you guys be distracted, I'll go for everything else.
Looking at the team on Rift Island, though. Again, teams that might be trying to face around the bottom of it to utilize those rifts for quick rotates. Definitely going to be in a more threatened position here as Rose, happy to collect an elimination there onto Nikki. Team's now rocking 2 of them. And they definitely needed those additional shields for Mani. Running a little bit low here, but we'll get back to full thanks to that last little refresh of items. At the same time, though, this is kind of a tricky situation to traverse at this point because they're just outside the next edge of zone. They could choose to just push a little bit further inwards, but you've got to be careful because another team could be approaching them very quickly if they're not careful and they get spotted out on the side of this mountain. But yeah, the reason why it's so problematic is because, again, the change in elevation, teams working their way up the top of those mountain zones, it just gets really difficult to keep tabs on where the rest of your trio is at. And if anybody gets split for even a moment, that could be the difference between closing out in a strong last placement finish here for our final lobby or just getting eliminated prior to even hitting that top 5.
Yeah, being separated is not ideal, but it does maximize your chances of getting loot, especially in scarce areas. But yeah, being caught in those moments is not ideal. And now seeing structures in front of them, you never know who's on the other side. And this time it's female Clix's team, which is just not the team you want to meet in a dark alley. And they just knocked down Spinor, who I know is a top competitor here. Yeah, they were in 7th when it comes to the rankings. And look at just female Clix just dropping down, as only being slowed down, gets the knock onto Sailor Nat. Say goodbye to her.
Meg's definitely looking pretty impressive here right now for female Clix. Even, you know, most players would want to hold on to those crash pads for rotates. Female Clix, on the other hand, she just wants them so she can chase somebody better. Only has 1 left, though, but could change at a moment's notice. At the rate that these ladies are acquiring eliminations, it's almost like the world is their oyster at this point. And here on Mount Olympus, they seem to have overtaken Zeus's throne as the gods of this lobby, because it just is incredible still how rapidly time to elimination is insanely fast, and other players joining the fray on that. Donzi with a good limb onto Suru. Now Nasia and Miss Pumpkin Pie, unfortunately, have to play this one out as a duo.
Well, there's a couple teams nearby. I think Nasia knows this, and not having a third in your trio is gonna hurt for sure. But Miss Pumpkin being next to her, they'll do it together. And maybe they'll just wait for rotates to come in once the storm forces them out. Once the zone pulls more north, they can just be the last ones in.
She's got to get beamed.
That means, yeah.
No build behind her. There was at least one other team a little bit further south of her Just seems the only real difference is the fact that maybe that team didn't have an angle on that rooftop, but it's still insane to me to think that a player could just pop a med kit fully exposed and get away with it. The way that things have been going so far today, that seemed like one of the more unlikely outcomes.
Just, you have to get so much done in so little time. And there's so much pressure around you. And especially the fact that this is the last game. Now our Duke already bringing down Loser Beam's wall. Could have her drop very soon. She's at less than a quarter health, no shields. At least she's able to bite back at our Duke, forcing them to have to get their shields back up. That's where Danzy has to now exchange some items, so you relieve a little bit of fire from coming your way and douse that. But you maybe just have made them a bit angrier, because they are not giving up this perch anytime soon, it feels like.
Yeah, the fact that our Duke dropped to the bottom floor there and had 2 shield potions just lying in wait tells me that Sep's team made sure to get a good collection of loot first before establishing this position here in Mount Olympus inside one of the buildings. They've got to be wary though. Nasia, Miss Pumpkin Pie, they've managed to creep their way into this same structure, and Team Sep isn't cautious how they rotate, and they don't mind what could be approaching them from behind. Nasia and Miss Pumpkin Pie could actually come up with a massive W, because even 1 or 2 eliminations there could be enough of a refresh for them to be able to play this lobby just a couple zones longer and provide them with even more placements.
Like how Females Clix's team is always switching up skins too to some of the more cursed ones of this team, but we always are taking note of Drip, and we're taking note that Savvy's builds are getting destroyed right now. Just has to force them more north, which could be into another team, but the zone is pulling east, so they're gonna be forced to move very soon. And this is where Female Clix's team can really dictate what's going on, but Female Clix's team just snuck up into a structure and just dismantled a team by herself, it felt like.
Yeah, like slammed into the structure. Female Clix, the moment that she spots out anybody inside of a box, the next thing you know, you would think that that's her box. The rate at which she enters them, man. She just does not hesitate for even a moment. Just full trust into her team. Back her up if she finds herself in a sticky situation of any sort. But again, another one of our teams leading towards that top 3 selection on the leaderboard. Daya, Kay, Kiana still holding strong here. Good material counts as well onto Kiana, which means this zone pulls up the mountain face. They should be able to realistically build their way up. Right now, the main thing they'll have to worry about is not getting spotted out in advance. Burst from behind could be a real thorn in the side here. That's why I think we see Kiana kind of just taking her time, destroying some of those pre-existing builds, wanting to make sure that everything in this low ground belongs to them for the time being.
Now it's Nitrous, it's time to move. Kiana, just come at me, bro. Or sis, I guess, technically. But Kiana's now making her way, taking a big risk, trying to not hesitate at all or slow down. And teams are dropping near her too from that high ground as the zone pulls more north. And this is causing a lot of traffic. We are at our halfway point of our final game, and Daya is taking pressure as they try to just scurry under everyone else's structures, hoping to save up on mats because they're quite low on that, and now having to disengage from the area just for a moment to stabilize and get their health back up.
But they've already made it to the front side of the next zone. That's a big saving grace. They're gonna actually pause here and look back. They've got a moment to breathe. That's the important part. Honey Legs way out in an isolated dead side, but can't really make much use of it when she's already knocked. Only a matter of time before she gets full eliminated. One more time, possibly for our last time here today. Team Female Clix looking to take over the high ground. Kanari actually going to be the one on low ground duties, playing Disorienter, playing Disruptor, trying to see if she can scramble around, catch anybody off guard. She loves rocking this hand cannon for good reason. We've seen her get some pretty impressive tags throughout the course of today. Granted, that was with the Mythic hand cannon, but Legendary hand cannon, Mythic, what's the difference, really? I think Kanari is still going to make some magic happen here. Let that thing sing.
Oh, sometimes you gotta be a bit quiet, though. You don't want to sing too much with everyone around you. You want to be able to fight back, but you also want to know when it's time to shut up, when it's time to hide. And to really assess the situation, how you edit past these walls, how you take a peek out, and who's looking at what. And when is the window to rotate the card over. Because now, Team Murder are cutting across. They got a few options of ramps, wanting to get higher. The storm is behind them, and they're hoping to avoid as much fire as possible with limited health available. But a shotgun, a Murder would be happy to exchange with someone else, all depending on who could be on the other side of these walls. We have 12 teams remaining after we just said bye to Chicken, and it's free. Now Team Murder going to be faced with a pretty tough team with Miss Virus ahead, but a weakened one at that, at a quarter health. But are they focused on taking out this team or just getting into a safer position? The team's in their way. They're just deciding to protect themselves and just find a moment where they could be at peace.
This is so chalked right now. She's running out of builds, and she's still got to make it up the mountain face. That's the problem. Meanwhile, Female Clix' team, they've already done the heavy work. They've already made it to the higher points of this mountain. Nari gonna pick up that Machinist Medallion. Quick recuperation of her shield. Female Clix now gonna press all these women trying to work their way up the high ground, but Female Clix, she doesn't get a moment to think. Like one box too far and gets shut down for it. Now it's all gonna come down to Kanari and Cece to confirm this as a 5th Victory Royale lobby, but that could be the turning point. Warming Amber looked relatively healthy, but the rest of her squad did not. Kay trying to scramble as well from the low ground. She's got a decent amount of builds to make something happen, but at the same time, she's also got the attention of the rest of the lobby. One elimination onto Kitsy, but no chance to recover. As Dahlia now gonna be the one overtaking that front side of zone.
Oh, and now it's just Hemis, and there you have it. Victory Royale for Female Clix's team. 5 out of 6 games. What could they not do? Keep an eye out on this team at the Milk Cup Championship taking place in fall of this year. Holy cow, the talent on display has been so fun. I just can't believe it, how many games they were able to win from the pre-qualifier to now.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at what, essentially an 11 out of 12 lobby run from Team Female Clix. It's definitely an impressive metric, and Female Clix, I mean, it doesn't matter if she was still standing or not. Her team sealed the deal. They got the job done, but that's why they're a trio. At the end of the day, Female Clix, she's able to play with so much reckless abandonment because she has that much confidence in the other 2 members of her trio to lock things down and confirm those big clutch moments like she needed them to do.
And this is not even the end of our show because we're going to have a winner's interview after this. But before we go, we were talking about really cute aesthetic setup tours. Well, let's go and check what Sophie Ann has in her room.
Hey guys, my name is Sophie. I'm a streamer and competitive player. I recently placed second in the Milk Cup Qualifier 2 with Yanni and Millie on keyboard, and this is my setup tour. If you come to my room on the right, you can see my setup. I have a 144Hz monitor on the left and a 60Hz on the right. I have a Sony a5100 and a ring light from Amazon, as well as the random USB camera from Amazon. I have a Logitech G Pro Superlight, Apex Pro Mini, SteelSeries wireless headset, a high ground mouse pad, and a Rode Pod mic, as well as my PC over here with an i9 and a 2070 Super. I have an IKEA desk and an IKEA chair, and that's it for the setup. I have my mirror over here with my DreamHack Atlanta badge, which is the first LAN I ever went to. I have a How to Train Your Dragon stuffed animal over here, which is my all-time favorite movie. My mini fridge, my bed,
And that concludes my side of tour. I wish everyone who's playing Qualifier 3 the best of luck, and I can't wait to see everyone at LAN. Thank you guys for watching.
This is Yin, CEO of Milk, total boss. Yin is not a gamer.
It's true.
Gamer or not, Yin and the team at Milk made a pledge to support women in sports.
And that includes esports too.
This year, her team decided to launch, drumroll,
Milk's women's Fortnite tournament series to help level the playing field in esports. For women, tournament. But shockingly, that was already trademarked. So it's just called the Milk Cup. Tastes like victory and chocolate.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Milk Cup featuring Fortnite, brought to us by Gonna Need Milk. And we have just wrapped up the final game of the final qualifier, which means that we have our 33 trios that will be making their way to the Milk Cup land later this fall. Man, Taco, Lemon Kiwi, this has been quite a journey starting a few months ago with the first qualifier. And Kiwi, it has been quite the adventure.
Yeah, 3 qualifiers and so many players returning again and again for a chance at that huge prize pool at the championship LAN. And through different metas too, there's so many changes to keep up with in Fortnite. And I don't even know what the meta is going to be in a few months from now, but these are just truly one of the most adaptable players you will see, and a very dominant team at that. I don't even remember what happened in Qual 1 because it was so long ago, but you really do see consistency out of the teams at the top. You're not seeing too many mix-ups, but I'm excited to see also what the rankings were.
Yeah, and we'll be looking at that in just a moment, but you're talking about teams at the top. Taco, you said it the best. The reckless abandon that we saw from Female Clicks really just showcased how far ahead that they were from the competition.
Yeah, it just didn't even look like any moments of hesitation. Not a thought was being processed other than full key by Female Clicks. There's a reason she was rocking that mythic combat shotgun. It's because it was her sole responsibility to just tackle every single first opponent she saw. She did not care if it was 1, 2 players situated inside of a box. If there was an opening, Female Clicks was going to take it, all right? That was the only factor that was a 100% guarantee throughout the course of all 6 lobbies here today.
Did you see that she was 5K above the surge
I
threshold
was just
too?
about
That
to
was
say
insane.
that. What
the heck?
5,000 damage, and that's not how much damage she's done. That's 5,000 damage above Storm Surge. And with that being said, it is without a doubt that Team Female Clicks is in first place, 250 points ahead of second, which is Kiana's Fitz team jumping and stealing it away from Manny in the final game. But Manny doing an incredible job there in third, Maddie in F in fourth, Team Ale in fifth, and so many other incredible trios that we see right here in our top 14. These are the 14 teams that will be joined joining the other 19 later on at the Milk Cup LAN. But Taco, just seeing all the incredible competitors here, I am so excited to see what happens at the LAN.
Of course, I can't congratulate these women enough for punching their ticket, getting those seats on the battle bus so they can compete with the best of these ladies here in North America Fortnite competitive space. But my heart breaks a little bit there looking at that 15th place position, seeing alarming Amber. She just got slightly edged out of our top 14 on the leaderboard. But again, where one team might have a slight downfall, that is everybody else's upcoming, right? And that's where Team Shadow Slayer really prospered. They were the ones that were outside of that top 14. They were the ones that managed to overcome in those final moments just a true competitor spirit of never back down, man, because they knew that they needed to hold strong and come up big here in these final moments.
Yeah, and that is exactly what we got to see, what we got to be witness to. And we know that this isn't necessarily the domination that we're going to see at the LAN. I do want to remind everyone that we've already had 19 incredible trios qualify their way through in qualifiers 1 and 2. So there is just a mass of talent that we will be witnessing in just a few short months. But if we're speaking of talent, we do really quick have an interview ready for you all. And it's going to be CC Nuggets. I am very excited to have her on. There we go. How's it going, CC?
Good. How are you?
I mean, I'm doing great. A little intimidated after watching y'all's performance in the qualifiers today. So my first question to you is just, what is it that separates your trio from the rest of the competition?
So I feel like I feel like almost every day we play together and practice together, and like we VOD review each game. We had really good pros teach us how to IGL, like what we should do and we shouldn't do. I feel like for the most part that has helped us a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Preparation, VOD reviewing is such a big part of competitive Fortnite. So it's always nice to hear that it shows in your competition, your ability, getting first place so far ahead of the competition of just second place. Were you guys expecting such a dominant performance today? I know that you guys went 6 for 6 in the pre-qualifiers, but were you expecting to go 5 for 6 today?
So I don't know if you guys know, Female Clicks actually crashed in the middle of the tournament. Her Wi-Fi went out. We're just glad that we're able to clutch it to like a 3rd place, I believe, which put us up still to 1st place and not lose our spot. But other than that, sorry.
No, you're totally fine. I mean, obviously a lot of us are talking about Female Click. She's the one that's coming out with like these high elimination games. But the fact that you could still lose your anchor, your fragger, and still grab a 3rd place is incredible. But you guys have a big challenge up ahead of you. There's so many incredible teams that you guys are going to be going up against the LAN. Tell me about what's going through your mind right now heading towards the LAN tournament.
We are actually very excited, and we'll practice harder, even more, and I think we're going to do really well in LAN.
I'm so excited to watch you guys. I'm so excited to be a part of Milk Cup. And final question, is what is it like being a part of an event like this, the Milk Cup?
It's so empowering. Meeting a lot of women, a lot of girls, playing with them, and giving them the path to play more and dig into comp even more. It's actually amazing because prior to just arena itself, the normal EFUS tournament, it was almost the same girls, and then it would bring in a certain amount. But with the Milk Cup, I feel like it brought so many casual players, 0 build players. So I really think it's super empowering.
I definitely agree. And Cece, thank you so much for joining us here at the end of show. Real quick, just in case people don't know who you are, where can they find you online, and do you stream on Twitch or anything?
I stream on Twitch. I still stream on TikTok as well. All of my social media will be under CC Nuggets TV.
Awesome. Cece, thank you so much once again, and I cannot wait to watch you guys at the LAN.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, that is it for our qualifiers for the Milk Cup. It has been an absolute pleasure being on this journey with you all. And of course, I couldn't have done it without Lemon Kiwi and the best taco. Oh, yay, we're bringing you guys back. Okay, I didn't know if I was closing out the show by myself. Lemon Kiwi, I'm so glad that I got to work with you on this because I know you were in qualifier 1 and I wasn't there. So just, it's so
we
nice.
miss each other, but
I know, yeah, right? We've known each other for a while. But just, what is it like being on the Milk Cup, and how has these last 6 games been for you?
It's just so cool. I just think this is such an incredible opportunity. I'm so glad to hear from one of our players, Cece, but just how empowering this was and how many more players were brought into this because of Milk Cup. We even got to see the big CEO and how much female empowerment matters to her and to the Milk Cup. And we got to give away V-Bucks, so I feel like the viewers won too in some kind of way. And anyone who shows up to this LAN championship is going to be a winner too, because it is going to be so fun.
I love that you bring that up because just to the top left of me, I think on your screen, it is the QR code for you guys to scan, join the Discord. Please do that. There are so many incredible opportunities for Gonna Need Milk's Discord. They do giveaways, they do little tournaments, they have lots of fun things there. So please, if you want to be a part of this, go join it right now. You guys are gonna love it. They have obviously already brought such an incredible welcoming opportunity to so many players and to us as well, and the incredible production team. So please be a part of the Milk Cup and Gonna Need Milk. It is a great organization that brings so many opportunities to people that need it. And Taco, I know you. We work together all the time, but it is always a pleasure to get to work with you again, especially in a space like this. So final thoughts before we send it off.
Yeah, the feeling's very mutual, Kelly, but I think everything from today could really be culminated in that statement from CC Nuggets in that interview, and that's that the Gonna Need Milk Cup quals have all essentially brought together so many women from so many different spaces inside of the Fortnite community, and some of it even extending outside of it. And I think even if you look at their trio directly, I mean, CC and Female Clicks, they took a big chance bringing in Kanari. This was the first time that they were going to be competing with her, and she's only like 14, and she is that insane at the game already. Okay, so I am so excited to see how that trio continues to evolve and develop. And it's not just them, right? We have so many excellent women competing from North America. We're really just excited to see how they showcase themselves in that fall LAN later on this year. But again, these kinds of things wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the awesome women from Gonna Need Milk, the awesome women from the Radiant production team, of course, Irina as well, for helping culminate us all into this one space. And I'm just very thankful to get to be a part of such a big movement inside of the women's space in general. And it is always a phenomenal time getting to call the action involved.
It has been a pleasure working with you both. To anyone watching right now that wants to find more information, please follow Radiant GG, Irina, and of course Gonna Need Milk for more information about the upcoming LAN. We have our 33 trios making their way through. It is going to be absolutely incredible. The largest ever all-women's Fortnite tournament with the biggest prize pool that we have ever seen is coming up so shortly. So make sure to follow everything because you guys aren't going to want to miss it. But for now, everyone, that is going to be it for the Milk Cup Qualifier 3. I'm your host, Kelly Link, and I can't wait to see you next time on the Battle Bus.